Hey, let's see if this thing actually freaking worked. It was just like had me hanging for a while. I was like, damn, dude. Like, is it gonna be? Is every day gonna be troubleshooting? Is every day gonna be like, um, you know, it's like, oh, I'm gonna have to put off the stream for another half hour while I figure out what the fuck's going on here. Why Streamlabs doesn't want to connect? And then the annoying thing too is like, for some reason, it keeps going back to the old descriptions. So every time, like, I had to copy the description for the show. Otherwise, it defaults to um, the this is just a test post or description that I had written up the other day. But good morning, everybody. Sorry to start it on such a gripey note. But man, it's just, I guess is what it is. It's funny because even the past couple days, like, I'll test a stream maybe about a half hour, somewhere between an hour to a half hour before, just to make sure everything works and connects, and it'll connect fine. And then I go to, finally go live, um, you know, 5 to 10 minutes before, and then that's when, like, for some reason, a bug will spring up, like an app's not gonna work, or, a plug-in, or camera or audio or some shit, man. It's just like, dude, let me. I just need to take a look really quick, make sure this my stuff's streaming. I want to see how it sounds too. So I'm gonna mute the mic for a second. Just pardon me. All right, testing out the mic for Twitch really quick. I'm gonna man. Okay, that works. I'm gonna test YouTube right now, and then I'll post up the a link to the playlist for today. Okay. Okay, this seems to be working on YouTube also. Cool. Oh, one of these days I'll be able to just jump on and not have to like worry about this shit. Let me kill this. Okay. Kill that. Apologies again. Don't mean to come in hot like that, although it is warm. Um, I just took a shower because I was sweaty from being outside earlier today. Excuse me, I'm burping because I'm drinking soda. Or pop, I guess, because I'm back home. Um, you know, I'm slowly just trying to, because I think after I did the stream yesterday, I posted a blog, um, detailing like what I'm doing with this stream. Oh, I also got to do this too. Can't forget. Cool, cool. Um, so I posted it was a pretty lengthy blog post. It started out actually, it was an outline for myself so I could, okay, I forgot this is what I was gonna do. I've got to record the other video as well. Let's see. So fresh and so clean, fresh out the shower. Look at my hair; it's all like wavy. What's up? Um, so what I was saying is, yesterday after the stream ended, well, I came up with this idea like about Monday afternoon-ish, and I pretty much spent the rest of that day and Tuesday just planning this thing out, just kind of getting the ideas going. It started off as just like a little thing of just, hey, I should do something for my portfolio, and I should take these old characters and this and that. And it just kind of started, because I want to do this on a bit of a schedule so that way I can be consistent with it. Um, both for the sake of doing the stream and just for my own, practice. And so I started writing up this little outline of what I'm wanting to do with this. You know, it kind of came to me pretty quickly. It's just like, okay, yeah, it all just kind of makes sense. It all started falling into place. I started writing these little backstories for these characters, and in my head mostly. And you know, it kind of just one after the other, and so um, I started writing up an outline, which turned into a blog post. It's just a really long, just kind of little explainer of what I'm hoping to accomplish with this. And you know, I was hoping to kind of touch on this artwork, this rough a little bit more during the off hours, but after creating this big blog post and going back through and cleaning up and editing and adding images and posting it, I was just kind of beat. So I didn't really get to go back into this, but I wanted to do some corrections and some cleanup. So maybe if I could just spend a little bit of time doing that, because um, part of me just kind of, for time's sake, is just kind of jump into line art and do some of the cleanup in the drawing of the line. Um, that might save a bit of time. I usually like to have my stuff like rock solid before I move on to the next. Maybe that's one of the things I should be letting go of as well. So that could be another purpose for this project. But anyways, yeah. So I was hoping to do that, but I spent that time just doing blog posts, and I also wanted to create some more promotion for today. I want to, like, each day, like, I'm not big on social media, and I'm pretty much spent on social media. I'll get into it at some point, I'm sure, but I'm just pretty much on Blue Sky, and I think that's just more to just kind of weaning myself off of that kind of stuff altogether. So in a way, it's like I don't check it as often as I used to. And so I'm on TikTok, but mostly it's because I got friends and family that use it, and they always send me links. Um, so what am I doing here? Oh, I do want to clean up. Do I want to clean up on the actual art? Let's clean up on a new layer. And anyway, so I'm not as, I mean, 10 years ago I was on, posting. um 10 years ago it was Snapchat, right? And then Instagram got into it with stories. But even like 5 6 years ago, like, I was on stories almost every day, posting shit almost every day, quite often, right? um but it just seems like it's just not as it's a lot of work. It's a lot of time that goes into promotion and doing that kind of stuff. And if it doesn't seem like it's getting the engagement that that I need from it, then there's kind of no purpose in spending all that time doing that. I'd rather spend that time drawing or writing, you know. And so, it is kind of more of an afterthought for me, and I don't mind it in terms of all, like, the promotion and stuff like that, because I don't know, it's easy. I think I spent a lot of time just trying to get the promotion out and get the word out, and I spend time cropping, formatting, hashtagging, writing copy, editing, making sure it all sounds right, posting, reposting, and sharing it, and then after it goes live, checking in to see how it's doing. Oh yeah, because we're gonna make this guy asymmetrical, so let's kind of stick with that asymmetry. And I wanna, he kind of had a long eye here. Let's kind of come back to this for a second. Let's put it here. Let's drop the opacity. And so and a lot of times too, like, checking. Sometimes I'd go just to check in to see how the posts were doing, and then I end up staying there longer than I intended to because I'm scrolling everybody else's stuff, and it becomes this weird, like, cycle. And to be perfectly honest, like, I don't think anything's really hit for me since MySpace, to be honest, in terms of, like, getting type engagement. Facebook, I did pretty decently on, but it never came near like what I was getting from MySpace until MySpace started shitting the bed. Of course, they kind of got all weird with their UI and the way that it operated. It's like, man, it was good while it lasted, but um, I expected Facebook to kind of go the same route too, and they just kept getting bigger and bigger. What are you guys catching a free show on the puppy cam? But anyways, so yesterday I was kind of hoping to make some quick flyers for this, um, but I didn't get around to it. I'm gonna try to clean up some of these shapes, make them just kind of make them a little bit more definitive. You know, again, maybe this is something I should be doing with the line art, but I feel like this stuff doesn't quite match up. Cause wait, we did something with the front. I remember this right here. Okay, that's what I gotta do. See, I gotta pay attention here. I'm gonna keep those. Get rid of this. Anyways, and I wanted to, but what I've been kind of posting, I'm stepping down, kind of dismantling my Facebook profile. I've just been kind of lazy about it lately, but I'm trying to just make sure that they're not services that I sign into using Facebook that I won't be able to get back in, and so I'm trying to shut that down as well. That one's kind of sad too because I've been deleting a lot of photos and artwork and stuff, and there's a lot of memories associated with that. But let's make this okay. Let's do this. Let's make this eye a little bit higher. You okay, Spanky? Do you hear Spanky sneezing? You okay, buddy? They're gonna at some point get up and beg me to be let out of the room. I want to set up like a little treats incentive on here, but I gotta make it work because it can't be like you can't just give them like 100 treats. As much as I'd like to be like, oh yeah, give me $1 and I'll give the boys a treat. I mean, I guess it'll keep people from just like I know there's some people that kind of have like the little on Twitch. What do they call it? Like the little bit, not the bits, but channel points or whatever that people get to spend. So right now what I'm doing is like I would probably consider this cleanup. I'm just making sure like these things match up before I go into it with the final art, right? Did I give him that weird crooked eye? I don't know. Then he needs this a thicker. See, like, oh, I kind of liked how it was before. Actually, I think I went a little overboard with that. I think just keeping it simple like that is better. But I want to kind of retain that length that's over on this one, right? And then I gotta put on some music too in a second. So I'll pick out a playlist. Maybe I'll take a quick little break, and during that time, I can double check all my connections. And so let's see, like if he's about here. See, okay, now this is kind of a part of where this is off. Actually, let me kill this one really quick. Because see right here, this point on the chin, right there, it should be the center point here, right? So it's a little bit above that. We're kind of stepping over, just like we're stepping over the floor line, the ground line. We're stepping over that because there's you know, we're working in space here for, you know, even as little as it is. So what I need to do with this, I just need to kind of bring that head. Oh, wrong layer. Let me see. Yep, there we go. Bring this head down just a little bit, right? You know, and I think that's kind of, I mean, for stuff like further out from the center line, it's probably a little trickier, you know, to kind of properly line up. But I usually just kind of side with, you know, whatever's on this side of the 3/4. You know, so that's about where his shoulder pads are there too. Um, you know, the belt needs some work too. Right, so let's see. Where's this guy center? Actually, the other way to work it out too is by using the profile as well, because you got a center line. You know, you kind of figure out what your imaginary like center line is. You know, we start with the body, right? What's the center line here? Where do the legs fall within that? Where, you know, what side of that line are the arms? Are they dead on the line? Are they a little bit back, a little bit forward? You know, but it kind of helps you kind of and especially with CG modeling, you know, and designing for CG modeling, you know, it kind of helps, you know, with precision, you know, with your you know, relationships and stuff like that, with the relation between, you know, the space relationships and the, you know, the object relationships. um so but I'm not, you know, honestly, like, I'm not an academic or an expert in terms of like teaching this kind of stuff. I think, you know, these are kind of my own like little methods that I worked out over the years. You know, I try to incorporate other people's stuff, you know, the teachings of whatever, but sometimes they just don't stick for me, you know, right? So let's see, we were working on that layer. Okay, so can I move this down? Right? Nope, we don't have to move it. Keep that center line. All right, so it's right there, right about there on the chin. Right, or because well, it does kind of come out though too. That's the other thing that we did in the profile. So that's another thing to consider, is just like, okay, since he, like, look at where the center line of the chin is. So wherever that is, right? Again, that should line up like right here across the board, right? So this center line here should be there on the profile. This is supposed to be more of an under chin, right? Like this little part. That and so, you know, that chin should land like right there, and it lands right there, and then it lands right there, if that's the center. But this also might not be the center line, because there might be a new center line, which would be, I'll do it here, right? Kind of, yeah, kind of. We kind of give them just like, see this here, right? See, so I don't have his undernose in there either, so this should actually kind of come up like this, or at least, you know, where that lands here. So we did kind of change his nose a bit too. Or I don't know. Does it? I think it kind of comes like this, right? And thus it hits that center point. I think. Yeah. I was kind of thinking of maybe doing that, and then he had like a little tip on his nose, but he doesn't really have that here. You know, it doesn't do that. It kind of just continues and just curls into itself. So that would be something like this for the center line, right? and then we do this. So his teeth would probably, yeah, his teeth would kind of come over here, and then that's it. But then, since there's this kind of, since it juts out some, right? Because we did make some repeating shapes here, right? We did that half circle, and then there's this half circle, right? Or quarter circle, um, right? So we could probably keep that, right? And then whatever the more three-quarter version of that, closer to RI of that would be. So it'd probably be something like this, right? Then even these ratios are kind of off too. But I kind of like it, unless we just, the way to throw off that ratio. But then his nose would have to come out a little bit more. See, this is like, now I'm thinking out loud is basically what I'm doing. Uh, and this is usually how it works in my head. Because I'm strange like that. I'm not even checking in on the chat, which I should. Okay. All right. Well, I kind of got right into it, and we spent 20 minutes. Okay. Let's see if we can just let's pick out a playlist and spend maybe about 10 more minutes on this three-quarter, right, cleanup, because that'll give us 3 hours to finish the line work, and hopefully that'll be enough time. I think once we get that, we land that. Um, so maybe a little bit more. Maybe it might be like, oh wait, oh, we can go a whole 40 minutes. Let's spend the rest of this hour. Um, spend the rest of this hour doing just kind of fixing up and cleaning up a bit too, and then doing the asymmetry as well, and then that'll give us 3 hours. My math is off. Sorry. So give me a second. I'm gonna pick out a playlist to listen to, and then I'll post it into the chats on both YouTube and Twitch, and we'll jump right back in. So okay, hang on for a second. All right, we're back at it, back at it, back at it. I just wanted to pin those things. I also had to scarf down a little something, um, because I haven't eaten yet. But I just posted the link to the playlist that I'm listening to right now. And if you want to know what track I'm on, just hit me up in the chat. No, I'll tell you. I can give you the number from here. Yeah, because it's all in a certain order. So, um, and I can give you the title as well if you need to help you catch up. So we're starting with number one, Spanish Rice. And oh, I gotta play it on here. There we go. All right, so as always, I suggest that you play it. Uh, if you got something in the background, if you got, if you're on a computer where you can have multiple windows open, this kind of helps with the vibe of the show, and it prevents me from getting um, any copyright strikes for putting it on the channel. So, um, you know, and I'm gonna try to use other sources than Spotify as well. But it just seems that, I might actually want to try to use like YouTube as well. Um, so um, it'd just be nice. It would be awesome if I was able to play it on at least on stream, and then just not using it in the VOD. But I don't know. It's a little too sticky, and I don't want to risk uh, getting a channel strike. Oh, we got to go to the profile. See, this is where the profile comes in as well, right? Because yeah, so it kind of helps with like, okay. Again, I think because if this is 2D, we have a little bit more leeway, but I don't know. I got, my first official designer job was on a CG show, so it's like, um, that's kind of how I'm like hardwired now because of that. It's made it hard to just not, especially in 2D shows. You look a lot of times they're doing, I think at the very basic, um, 4 views, 5 views, maybe. Let me see. It's just usually, uh, it's like five, right? You got your front, back. You got your uh, left. Well, it depends if it's asymmetrical or symmetrical. If it's symmetrical, then you only get four, right? Because you could do your 3/4, your front, your back, and your profile, right? And you can flip those in any combination, and it's gonna equal out the same, right? If it's symmetrical. If it's not, then you got to provide, a right and a right 3/4, whatever opposite profile. All right, so okay, so for the next half hour, I'm going to try to match the 3/4 up to the rest of this turn a bit, and then kind of use that again because it's asymmetrical to kind of um, figure the rest of the stuff out. Oh, wrong layer. So is it that one? Okay. This is. I want to make sure it's not on shuffle too. Nope. Cool, cool, cool. So, we gotta fix the. Oh, well, we'll fix the actual 3/4 drawing to match up these center lines, because we're trying to figure that out as well, right? Yep. Right. I wonder if I can just kind of copy the way I just did this. I wonder, like, if you were to. There we go. Kind of flattens out a little bit as it goes along. But if you were to take this. See, this is kind of the problem with, like. Oh. Oops. It's okay. Oh, wait, I don't want it. Yeah. There we go. So, we kind of want to match, I guess. Oh, I was going off of that. Okay, shape. Should actually, yeah, should bring this out a bit more. Right. Uh-oh, I forgot to put this. All right. Let's see. So whatever that curve was, we want something similar to that. I'm sure there's other like character designers watching this right now being like, bro, you work professionally? Like, what the fuck? That is not how to do it at all. And to them I say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is just how I do it. And, you know. But, I mean, the thing is everything's techniques, right? Everything is, you know, even the stuff they tell you to not to do, you could use it if you want if that's your desired effect, you know. What they are is just more like principles of like, okay, if you do this, then this is how it's going to be perceived by the audience, you know. Is this how you want it to be perceived by the audience? And if the answer is yes, then, you know. But, you know, there's some things that I think that, you know, it's just that people have figured out like what works and doesn't work, right? Doesn't mean that um you know, there wouldn't be somebody to use it in some sort of effect, you know, like the 180 rule in film, you know, it's like don't break the 180 rule because it's jarring and, you know, and it's like, well, maybe if that's where you're trying to put the audience in for a particular scene, for a particular reaction, then, you know, yeah, you can use that for something, you know, but just as long as you're aware of that, that's typically what's gonna take place. Um, you know, and it's, you know, and that's why they consider that shit experimental too, because, you know, you might not get the effect that you wanted. All right, so yeah, see, I mean, I think that's especially for this bottom part, right? See how like it kind of matches up with where we want our chin to be. Let me see, which one is this? There we go. Uh-oh, so it isn't even on a layer anyways. Damn. Yeah. So it's kind of, you know, landing about where we wanted it, right? Right about there. Right, we erase this part too. Um, yeah, this part is wrong down here, right? So like this mouth is wrong. So, you know, we can do, you know, if we put the teeth here, and since the lips are a little bit further out, you know, that center line's probably about right here, right? And then the teeth come back in, then that, and then maybe the chin comes back just a little bit, right? Actually, this might be off for the mouth too, because it is a little, you know, it's kind of this, and then this set back a little bit, recessed, and then this comes out a little bit more. So, you know, kind of like that, right? And then this kind of just juts. So this should actually land right there on that. So that's our center line on the 3/4, right? And then you can have another line here on the profile too, right? Again, you know, how far back are these little wings set? Are they closer to the front of the face, or are they closer to the back of the head? So this is all just kind of stuff I'm, you know, I try to work out, and it takes like several tries. I think that's why it takes me forever to do this shit. Well, I'm trying to be a little bit faster about it, because like it's almost like mathematics, and I suck at math. You know. Whereas with, you know, something like storyboarding, or I mean, it all involves math in some degree, to some, right? But I'm saying like storyboarding or like comics, where it's a little bit more expressive. It's a little less like rigid. Um, you know, with having to fit a certain structure, right? Like design is a lot more specific, because the more information you give people, the more it's gonna, the closer it'll be to what your desired results, right? So if this is like a main character in a show, or it's a character that, well, yeah, a main character, like they're gonna pop up like throughout the series multiple times, they get a lot of screen time. Chances are they're gonna have multiple angles and multiple points of view that need to be worked out. You know, so it's constantly changing, I guess, in that way, that you got to sit there and be sure that this is gonna work um, down the line, and that people down that line understand that your story, that I mean, for me, it was always different. Sometimes I would get the boards first, sometimes I would design before the boards were assigned. So I've been on both sides of that. um, Both have its pluses and minuses, right? Like if you're doing design, and you kind of have a little bit more leeway in terms of, since you're getting to it first, on what the thing looks like. But on the other hand, when you get boards from a board artist, they kind of have a rough concept, so that part's already kind of figured out, and it informs you on what is going to be expected, like what the functionality is of these characters, right? And right, maybe that low, maybe that's too low. So when you get the board, you kind of see, okay, especially again if it's like an action show, or I guess a board-driven show too. Rather than like a comedy, like something like Family Guy or something. But you know, if it's action, yeah, you definitely want to. There's a lot of movement, and when there's a lot of movement, you gotta sit there and kind of plan for that. And let me see, what can I do with it? I think this looks better, but I wonder if I want to. I kind of want to keep some kind of uniformity with these two things. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it's too uniform if I do that. Or maybe I can. What if like they just came out? Oh, just that'd probably create a better silhouette, right? They're just like this, and then if that kind of went like that, right? And I don't think it'd really affect this too much. Maybe it'd bring it out a bit more, right? But it's still kind of contained in that shape. Hmm. But oh, I gotta keep remembering to stay in the boundaries. I set up little pieces of masking tape around, like with the little coordinates, right? But I keep forgetting I should stay within that, because kind of like, okay, there's little pieces of tape over here where my camera is, and all the junk that I drew around it. You know, this is about how far down the overlay hangs. This is where the other puppy cam is. This is where all like the footer and shit is. So there's a lot that's obscured, and I'm kind of trying to keep it in a spot where it's visible, and otherwise there's no point in doing this, right? Apologize for drinking on camera, and I'm gonna burp. It happens. Okay, so, but here's the thing: just doing like the work that was done in the past 20 minutes. Um, Wrong layer. Let's see this one, right? Nope. I've layered myself into oblivion. Let me okay. Let's call this one rough 3. I do label my not always right away, but I keep my layers labeled It depends. If I think it's something that's just gonna be quick and temporary, I don't want to spend the time on it. But for most everything else, especially once we start getting into like line art and color, definitely more about labeling those. You know. But here's the other thing too. All right. All right. So this guy, this is like the end of his jaw here. Okay. So I gotta also compare it. Okay. See, this kind of needs to come out a bit more too. We gotta see just a little bit less of that mask, right? Let's see. Okay. Yeah. And I think I can still do the weird wobbly thing that's happening here on that side of the face. Don't ask me what's really going on with this guy. It's just all shapes that I want to keep interesting. This guy's eye still needs to move up more though. Because again, I'm really into this. Like, for some reason, I think that's just a good part of what gives that drawing character is the asymmetry of the face, right? That's his little cowl, right? And then right. But also we gotta figure out. Okay, so you see this, and this is part of his face. How much of that is receding back to in this space? So I think we kind of give him just a little bit less because he seems to be a little flatter back here in the head, right? And so that's kind of recessing into space. I almost think we should just let me see, just give him. Where's his skull again? It's about right here, right? So that's if we wrap it around, right? The opposite side of this skull. So that's probably about the base of his neck ish. It's an estimate. So that means his head's kind of coming back. So I would say this line should carry all the way out, right? But this needs to come back. This needs to be more of a sharper curve right here, right? So because I think we kind of decided that his head is almost just like this big helmet that kind of sits on his shoulders, right? So let's see, like, see where this like, you kind of want to start matching that up too with like the profile and the front, and I want to kind of fix that angle a little bit too, right? I think this yeah, here we go. Well, yeah, I think we do kind of start seeing his head turn just a little bit more. We start seeing a little bit less of that side. But I kind of like this idea of this weird cheek here. So I'm taking some liberties in terms of, uh, art and design, just to make things fun and interesting, right? Right. So I think this kind of could come up a bit, and I think it kind of plays with that as well. So we could uh, get like a swoop, bring it in, like that, you know. And I think this maybe starts a little bit closer to the face, but then it ends a little bit further back, right? So we got that overlap, got these things, right? And then, like I like to do, erase about like 80%. Let me. Look, there we go. And this will help us get to just these more cleaner, broader strokes. You know, so these are kind of essentially guides. That's what your sketch is, right? It's a guide. You know, and this might be, if it's set back a bit too, it would be closer to. You would see a little bit less of it. You know, his mustache is off too. Oh, this track's pretty trippy. What is this? Smoking Chiba Chiba. Harlem Underground Band. Yeah, because like, again, oh, you know, that's the wrong center line. That's right. Whoa. We gotta clean that off. Get the shit out of here. Get it the shit out of here. Get that shit the shit out. Let's see. So I'm gonna do these. Right. Bang, 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 and then yeah. And I think that's it. I mean, again, we're just taking some artistic liberties here, right? So, you know, the face that we see from the front kind of comes up to here, right? So this is kind of the part that needs to line up with um, this stuff here, right? You know, remember, just like how we have the center point here, we need to have like a, you know, center point as well here. And so that center line is going to, actually, clean that really quick. There we go. Make it nice. I can even change the color of that to make things a little easier. Um, hmm. Oh, let's go lighter. There we go. There we go. Um, right. Time is it? So maybe like another 10 minutes, and then we gotta just get the move on and let's get to line. So um, some of that stuff is gonna have to be figured out in the line, just so I can get this done by the end of the stream. Um, so I guess I should stay on the ball here. Yeah, we'll just leave it. I mean, because I can go in here. I would actually, like right here, what I really want to do is just kind of fix this perspective as well in this wrap. Let's see. Right. But then, you know, kind of want to leave it nice and in a clean swoop, right? Right. And so, again, these center lines got to correspond with these other center lines, you know, these other lines. Because this is essentially a center line, this line right here. So, wherever that part lies, because we're turning it in space and we're twisting it, it's got to correspond with that, right? And that's how we're going to figure out what, you know, like, see, that's a center point. See, we're already kind of off on that 3/4 because look at, well, I mean, oh shit, we did change the symmetry too. Yeah, yeah, okay, we'll get it, we'll get it, we'll get it, we'll get it. You know, it's a lot of just like figuring out because these characters don't exist. They're not real. Um, and thus we're willing them into existence, right? I like how these things are here, so I'm gonna have to update, you know, the front with that as well. Right. Oh, no, we're gonna adjust this one to this, right? So I do like these though. Right. Oh yeah, we're 20 minutes on this recording. We're almost an hour into the stream. Um, yeah. See, these things always just crop up, man. It's the way this shit works, right? I know there's people that can do it quicker and better than me, but this is just, I don't know. Uh, yeah. Oh, but yeah, do we want to go? Yeah, let's go. No, 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 no. I'm looking at the wrong one. This, right. You know, and you can also look at the negative space as well. See, I'm working off of. You can look at this negative space as well too. Like, what is this shape doing to this with this shape and this shape? Here, you know, what's going on in here, right? What's going on here? Um, you know, that way it doesn't look too plain, because that's where you can kind of tell. It's like, okay, if something's looking a little too flat or a little too, everything's kind of looking like it's going in the same direction kind of deal. And, you know, although I don't mind it there, but see, like, yeah, even like these lips are off too. So let's clear off these guys real quick. Everything's getting everywhere. So, and yeah, you know, I mean, I think whether this one is something I'll be happy with to show off to possible employers or not remains to be seen. But um, I do appreciate the practice and the figuring out, and I can always come back to it. You know, I mean, I think that's on the plus side. Is like, you know, yeah, these are these are deadlines, but they're not. You know, this isn't going anywhere. This doesn't need to be seen on TV anytime soon. So, um, you know, okay. So let's see. Let's see. I keep looking too much at this under drawing right now instead of what I should be looking at over here on this. Oh my god, excuse me. This is burping. Okay. Okay. I don't know. I think we still got some work to do before we get some cleanup. So let's just try to finalize this stuff and then just blaze through those lines. Yeah. Line art is line art. It's not like the trickiest thing in the world. That's why. But you just want to be clean and precise about it, right? So let's see. This needs to come into that line. This needs to. I really do like that shape, and I think maybe. So here's this part, right, and then it comes up like this, right? Is that how it is? Up a little higher than that. Another thing you could do if you want to cheat, you could just do this, right? Bring it over, right? I mean, that's exactly the same thing. It would probably, you know, but you can probably like stretch it out too a little bit, you know. Although it probably would be a little bit more squished, because once we get to that point, it kind of goes out and you kind of see the true length of it. So this would be just a hair like scrunched in. Same with this, you know. I guess that's what I gotta do right now because time is running. So I'll cheat a little bit here. You know, don't exactly rely on that because things can be and will look different, but you can kind of use it as a guide that instead of having to look over onto this side of the screen, I can just kind of keep my eye focused on this side of the screen and just adjust what needs to, you know, right? You know, and with this, like, you know, I could, I kind of want to mimic that just a little bit. Yeah, I think something like this, right? And it's because how much space do you think is between in here, right? So it's this 3/4. It's got to be a little bit more space than that because that part is getting scrunched a little bit. Yeah, so we need to give it a little bit more than that, right? It needs to at least come out to that, at least. So that's honestly where the center line is. Or we bring this in. This is one of two options, right? Kind of like how this looks. So let's stick with this here. Right. Right. And then let's go to this one too. Right. So yeah, I mean, and I think probably that's probably a good area. Maybe that is where this head starts to wrap backwards. Right. Is at this line here. Right. Oh wait, this right. Okay, well that's fine. No worries. But maybe that's where it starts to wrap, and so. But remember, it crosses the horizon. The well that will too. I think. I don't know. Maybe that stays a little bit more isometric, because honestly, like if this was being designed for 3D, if this was being designed for CG, I would have to make that thing flat, right? Because they're taking it in the 3D program, and the bottom it would be like as if it was kind of sliced off, right? If that's what I was going for here, I'm doing that for 2D just to kind of sell the idea to the audience that okay, yeah, this is a cylinder, right? This kind of wraps, you know, because if I did it this way, you know, you might get that impression, but maybe not. It kind of just looks like it just kind of flattens out. So there's kind of some um, designs that work in 2D versus 3D and vice versa, right? Even this, maybe I can make this, you know, a little more subtle, right? Okay. Anyways, we got to keep moving. So let me fix this front here really quick to kind of reflect the changes in the symmetry. We can kind of figure that stuff out as we go as well. So it just kind of has to be that way, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'll just get lost in in just the details, and that's how stuff doesn't get done. Where's is that? There we go. We can kill that later. There we go. And so, I mean, and then this silhouette's gonna change too. But there's another cheat too, where we could just do once we figure the front out, take the line out. We just take the back line and just scoot it over, or we can just draw over it as well. So I kind of save the back for last because it's just usually a little bit easier, and you don't want to jump back and forth, or I don't want to jump back and forth, I should say, between um, front view, back view as as changes are made. Okay, so let's see. So right, and then at this point the head starts to wrap back, so we don't really even see it anyways. We just kind of see it up to the center point. It's just it just needs to be a little wider than it is there, I think. Right. Yeah, it just needs to be set back just a hair. Just to kind of give it that 3/4 appearance. Yeah, and then right, so let's get rid of that. We don't see that. We don't see that. We don't see the back of his neck. Right. and hopefully I'll get faster at doing these. That I'll include other views like the back 3/4. Sometimes we've done like I've done like 7/8, I think, wasn't it? Or yeah, we're just like this. You know, it was. So it'd be like here's front 3/4, and then here's I think it was like the 7/8 or right, and then the profile, right? So front 3/4, and then just a slightly more bent 3/4. I think 3/4 would probably come down to more like that, right? And then full turn all the way around. Same on the other side. Um, Shit, how many drawings is that? I don't even remember. Because you're adding. What's the typical like front back profile 3/4, right? So it's 8 drawings. So you're doubling it. Well, not front back. I mean, it's like 7 drawings, right? Because the front is already kind of cloned with the back. You know, 3/4 front profile, and then you clone the opposites essentially, and work out that area. Um. Okay, so yeah, we gotta fix this mouth too. Oh wait, no, this is wrong because I like this better. I think he should have the smaller. I think right, almost kind of like Butthead in a way. Right, right, and then because then the bottom lip will be bigger, right? And so, yeah, shit. You know what we can do here? This is easy. Oh wait, let's see. So we have the fucking mustache up too. Damn. Wait. No, because this still. Let's see. Yeah, that. Well, fuck. The front needs to add up too. Yeah, we got some changes. So here's the center line there. Here's the center line for the lip, right here. Here's the center line for this lip, right. But then you have the other option. The other tricky thing too is like you're not only foreshortening on the left and right on along the y-axis, but you're also foreshortening along the x-axis at times. Depending on, something might be like pointed upwards. Slightly like his lip is not going to be dead on. His lip's going to be kind of up like that. So you know, um, it's subtle. It's subtle and it's slight, but it's there too. Or maybe I'm just getting lost in the weeds, which also happens. So, okay. So, there's the center line, center line, center line. I want to see. Shit. I think this needs to. Okay, I think we need to follow. Let's see. Let's do this, right? We can't just do the whole thing, though. I gotta do sections. Right. Yeah, the center line, like, right. Let's see. Let me see. No, the center line is off. I mean, this line is off. This line is off. This line is off. Okay. Yep. We're gonna go this, this, this. And it's almost there, but I also need to set it back just a little bit, or and damn it. Right. And then it's set back just a touch, right? And then this is set forward just a touch. And we'll just split the difference, right? Oh, but right. Let's see what the center line is. Center line. Right. that's, oh, dude. Yeah, that's right. Right. I get lost sometimes. You know, there's so many guides and sketches and layers. Like, you know, times I do have a good grasp on it, and there's just times where it's just like, you know, it's all noise sometimes. But okay. So, you know, you just kind of clean up that up, right? Oh, no, that's supposed to be there. Right. And then, but I wanna see where, like, dude, it's already 12. All right. We're gonna fix the front, and we're gonna fix the profile. I'm gonna take a break, and we're gonna come back, and we're gonna get right into line art and just kind of wing it. To be honest, I don't know how happy I'm gonna be with the final results, but we'll see. And again, like, I can always tweak it later. Okay. So top lip, right? So this will kind of come up a bit more, right? Right. So this would be like this. Bottom. Okay. So let's see where this lies. Okay. Because some, you know, like this bottom lip, that falls a little bit below. It falls right there. See, so it's not even matching up. I think we got to bring it up just a touch. But see, now I'm thinking 3D again, and I think this is where I kind of tend to get lost sometimes, right? And then I gotta come up like this, right? Then this is the top, right? This comes down all the way down here as well, right? Right. But again, I think I have to just somewhat like cheat it just a little bit. You know, if it's not gonna be meant for CG, right? Cause then, right, right, and so his face would be a little bit more like this, a little less. It kind of lost some of that like Beavis and Buttheady shit that was there a second ago. You know, but he needs to kind of come back here, right, like a bit. But even that, I mean, because if I truly wanted to make it proper, I'd have like another guide there, you know. So, you know, I guess this is kind of something we could run with for now, right? Let me. Ooh, whoop, whoop, ooh, whoop, ooh, whoop. This is life with me. This is my life with me. Nobody else. Well, there's a few people that have to deal with it, but I guess not on a constant basis. Like, I gotta deal with me. And then there's always Herms and Spank that gotta deal with me. Right? And then, right. But I think this bottom lip needs to flatten out, right? And then look what it's doing here too. It's kind of dropping, right? I don't want it to, yeah, I don't want it to drop that much. I think I kind of like it being a little squared off, right? A little just chunked, like, right? So, yeah, maybe like a little drop, and then we do something like this. Should have my symmetry on. I'm gonna have to go over that stuff again. Because again, he's asymmetrical, so I'm probably gonna jump back in with some roughs. I think as we're doing line art, as I figure out, I'm gonna try to blaze through like just the easy stuff on here. Although is everything lined up? I don't know. Oh my god, I might have just gone a little overboard. You know, I guess wherever I leave off is wherever I leave off, and I give myself a C minus or D. Well, I guess a C minus because I showed up, right? I'm doing the work, but stuff needs to be done, right? Okay. What time is it? 12. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick breather if you don't mind. Just kind of take a little walk. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna one thing I want to do is I'm gonna set little reminders for myself, and then his other eyes up here, right, right, right. I think they need to kind of come just down just a little bit, kind of like the center of his nose being a little. But I mean, I think we're not gonna draw this side, right? We're only gonna draw one side of this, the nose, the bridge of the nose. Um, right, and then you okay. What time is it? 12:13. Okay, I'm gonna be back here in about 5. Between 5, definitely by 12:20. And I think from that point, we're gonna try to maybe if I could spend the rest of the hour just doing the easy, just doing the legs, arms, and feet. Then we'll figure out. I'll do the body, and then this stuff we can kind of start doing as we do. Piece it across and make sure everything matches up. Um, apologize for doing things so out of sync like that, out of whack. But I think that's another um, goal of mine here is to uh, work out the kinks, so to speak. I'm gonna clear the guides as well. Excuse me, and yeah, I'll be back in like 6 minutes. So. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Um, Part of the process is also taking a step away when I feel like I'm getting a little too into the weeds, and just kind of clearing my head a little and strategizing where to go. So I think I'm gonna try to spend the rest of this hour just making sure all the beats are there, and then I try to get this thing inked up in about 2 hours. Which I think it could be done. You know, I'm just gonna have to speed run it. We haven't picked out a brush. I haven't picked out a brush for this yet, but I think I think it'll be on the thinner side. I don't know. I mean, if this is 2D, well, I do want the color and the shadows to do a lot of the work on it too. You know, so I think the simpler I keep the line art, the more the colors and the shadows can pop. Um, you know, I also want to be careful with the details because I was considering about you know all these little extra doodads that I like to throw into my designs and drawings, like these little strawberry bits. Um, that's not going to translate well to 2D animation, I think, unless it's some kind of like layer or something filter that they can kind of replicate. But to have to track each one of those things in animation is just going to be a huge pain. So you know, I got to really start considering like simplifying these designs, right? Like even like under the eyes, I should keep it under, um, you know, maybe like one bag, you know, instead of two, because you know that's all stuff that has to be replicated in the animation, you know, and that's a lot of work, right? I mean, this is all going to be black, you know, and you know, I kind of wanted to do this thing here because when you look at the silhouette, it creates a more interesting shape, I think, if it kind of just bl- blends into each other a little more seamlessly, right? So just eyeballing it, probably come about right here, right? But also it'd be kind of pointed back in space a little bit, you know. But if this was for CG, then I can include all these little marks because they could use that as like a wrap, right? Like a little texture wrap on it. So it's just done once and it follows the characters and it can, you know, it could stretch and stuff on its own if it needs to, like if it's skin or cloth. But since I'm kind of just trying out for um, like a 2D show, it's important that like these lines too, like that should be. I mean, I'll leave them in the rough, but I think this should be carried by color, right? By paint. Um, let's try to do this, and then let's figure it out in a 3/4, and then we'll adjust the rest of it to the 3/4 because that's gonna be our true character, in my opinion, right? That's gonna be them in some kind of pose and emoting in a certain way, right? Right. So, um, oh, all right. Hey, Spanky, come here. Come on, Herman. Spanky, come inside. Let's go, buddy. Thank you, my friend. Come on, Bob. Over here. All right. I got you. I got you. Hang on. See, Herman's gonna want to play ball now. But while we're at it, let's. Come on, guys. What? You guys want it? You want a treat? Look at Spanky. Look at Spanky. Come on, buddies. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come over here. Here. There you go. Oh, you guys can eat it there. All right, there you go, buddy. They're all gonna do their thing wherever they want to do their thing. Um, so yeah, let's kind of I think his gloves are gonna be pretty simple as well. Let's just do like one set of wrinkles, and then I'm kind of getting lost in trying to make it overly detailed, you know, rather than kind of using some of these little oh, we changed his belt too. That's right. Let's see. Let's bring out this guy here. Right there. Okay, and then and for 2D, like this front view doesn't work because it's not conveying any type of dimension to it, of mass. So, um, oh jeez. If I don't get to and seriously, it's my goal to finish it on camera on stream. If not, I'm gonna continue to work on it off stream, and you know, edit it into a. Yeah, I'm gonna screen record it and then I'll edit it. But okay, so like, and we're giving him a generic belt because that's just what's gonna happen right now. We only got a few hours, so. But we can take care of that in color. Maybe he's got like some kind of graphic display, and so later if there's a show, if this were to be a show, I would say, if this were actually animated, maybe there could be like some graphical animation inside of that belt, like an LED or something. But yep. So, this needs to conform to that, right? So yeah, we're way off. Yep. But we can use that actually, so we can kind of punch that out a bit, right? Punch that out a bit. Maybe this one pointed up a little bit more, and maybe this one pointed down a little bit more. This one droops a little bit. This one points, and then so we got right because something like that, and then I still think this needs to move out some, and then so we're gonna use that part there. And then he's kind of has these wide loops. Huh, I don't know, maybe put it more to the side. I think that way it doesn't interfere with, if anything, we could just do that. But I think we don't even need it. I think we just show it on one side, and you can kind of tell there's a loop, right? And then, let's see. So that would kind of, and I think the same thing with this, but we'd have much of a less of a curve. Or we kind of follow too. We kind of follow the contour of his, like what would his stomach be there. So it's kind of a combination of it being a belt loop, but also conforming to the body shape as well. See, like this is already wrong because I already fucked up, right? Because it's coming all the way down to the buckle. Okay, and so we got that. Let's see. So we kind of figured out the chin, right? Chin is right here, right? So if the chin's there, this little skull pendant, we should see the whole thing. So again, using that center point, I think that center point for the skull would be about here, right? Maybe move it back just a touch, kind of colliding with the jaw there, because it'd probably be something like that. And then, you know, these things. Yeah. Okay. Oh, dude. Okay. And then put it like this. You know, but also, you know, since it's bending in space too, let's move it back a touch. This kind of needs to be just a little bit higher up, right? So it'd be something like this. Okay, and then we got right. So from here to here. Okay, and so this kind of, does it intersect with the thing? I think yeah, it does. It does overlap. Right, and that's yeah, yeah. And then we'd also see like a little bit of this, or it would at least kind of point back because, but we know that it loops, right? So something like that, and then see, I think that yeah, it had to be something like this, but then kind of sharpen that side there, right? Maybe up just a little bit more. Hey guys, chill. Thank you. Thank you, my friends. What's happening here? Sorry. Trying to get this camera back up and running. Flip it. Flip it. Flip it. Flip it. Oh, it took a photo instead of video. Crap. Alright. So, yeah, even this belt, I think, needs to come to the left. I mean, to his left a little bit more. And even that, like, it's not in perspective either. So I gotta fix that as well. But I think that center point would probably be a little bit more like that. And then, okay, let's kill some of these other ones really quick. Okay. This for sure down here at the bottom, you want to show that it's receding in space, right? It can even be chunky like that too. It doesn't, I gotta try to get past like the super like perfect everything that I want to try to do all the time. So we did that, and then we did that, and we did that, then this gotta follow this, right? So okay, time we got like a half hour till I really want to like take off. So what are the things that decided? Okay, so there's the asymmetry. That's one. Two. Okay, I made his gloves like that. So maybe I think these are better hands. Let me copy some of this shit over really quick so I have a better view of it. Yeah. At least what his hands and his cape are doing. Oh. Okay. So let's see. We can easier line up. So top of his wrist is this. Let's get these hmm. Yeah, so here we go. Let's just do quick eyeball just to kind of get it up to a little bit more what's going on there. Hand looks a little bit bigger, right? So right here. Let me come all the way down here, right? Can go a little bit because of the space that it moves back. And then this here. And then that's this little first little wrinkle fold. No, I think it should be something like this, right? Because it's supposed to connect to his body probably about right there. And actually, that's, yeah. And then maybe we could do something like that, because I'm kind of picturing him just having more of a softer uniform. And I think even this can kind of be moved down just a touch, just to give a little more clearance for that head. Right? So this is about where his, some probably more like there. So, okay, so we got a little bit of cleanup here real quick. Yeah, just getting the stream together so last minute like that too. It's like I was excited, but it really just I didn't realize just how much it just just being on go 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 for a couple days, it just completely drained me. And I streamed, did a test stream on Tuesday. Again, like I just thought it to do this on Monday, so like Tuesday, doing my test stream. Yesterday I did the first stream. I think it went well. Yesterday, outside of the technical bugs, I think overall, I was hoping to be a little bit better prepared today, and it just didn't happen. But again, I kind of got caught up turning that outline into a blog, and so I was proofreading, editing, getting images together, doing all this other stuff for that. And that's the other thing that kind of took me out as well. Is just I don't think I'm gonna do the little fringes on his glove. Um, I think something like that. Like we just see one, and then maybe one on the back. Yeah, this is okay. So, all right. Let's see where we at on this cape. It comes up to there. Let's see. I mean, I think if we do that, I would point it out a little bit more, like that way, just to kind of keep that fun shape. Just a fun shape, I should say. Right. So I'll probably do this, and then it kind of curves, right? This, and I mean, it's more of a sharper curve there, right? And then here it just kind of comes back. And it goes from a point to like a rounder area, so kind of want to make sure that it looks like pointed, but then continues on that. It's rounder on the back than it is on the front, right? Let's see where we at here. I'm just wondering how it's clashing with that eyebrow. Okay, what did we do here? We did something a little different too. Did I do? I think I did the top was. Let's do the top as a straight, because it's a little bit more like dictator like, right? And I think same with these two. I think that's maybe we should do straight on the bottom and then curved on top, right? And then if we do, let's see, maybe if we what if we do straight on the bottom, like bottom, and then a curve on the top. Does it look too insect-like? I kind of like the more like geometric aspect of it for some reason. You know, maybe the bottom ones could be curved a bit more, but maybe just these top, you know, posts can be straight. And then, oh, he's got his helmet. That's right. He's got this thing happening too. So, fuck. These are some on-the-fly changes that require adjustments, right? All right. So what if? Okay. So if he's wearing a helmet, like let's say this is it wraps all the way here and then comes because it wraps to the back of his head and does that eyeball thing. So okay. So maybe about right here where the mask meets the thing, that's where this juts out. Right. Right. So this juts out here. Boom. And then maybe like that, right? Maybe a little thicker. Right. And then something like that, right? And then right here, right? So I think from here it does this little horn thing. It goes straight up and then round it. Yeah, like that. So he's got this helmet that wraps behind it. Okay, maybe this kind of comes in a little bit more. All right, let's do that. All right, and then so the equivalent of that over here would be, yeah, I think we can fix that issue with the eye by bringing this down. Right. Oh man, I'm running out of time. And then, you know, we go up on one, and then maybe. And then out, and then curve, right? And let's do the same here. Out, and then curve, curve. What if we do that there, here too, right? Curve, curve, straight, curve. Um, Maybe the straight comes out a little bit more, so it's straight. So it's straight up to here, straight up to here. Then we curve it down. Curve that into there. I like that. I think we could do that. Right. A longer straight, and then two curves. Right. Just because I think the straight here is gonna kind of. It's like even though all these other shapes are, you know, that would be straight as well, right? Take and curve it here, right? Let's straighten it out here. Let's just go straight down, maybe from this high up, right? And then we'll curve it, and then a curve, right? Here straight, you know, again, curve, curve. Cool, cool. I think that works. And then we'll do the same here, do the same here, and so this is all one shape essentially, right? So he's got his little cowl, and the cowl, just so we know that it's a cowl, it kind of comes into his head a bit, and then this, um, and then we were gonna do curve like this and curve like that. Let's actually copy this one. Since it's in perspective. So it'd be something like that, right? And you know, we can get those straights proper in the line art. And then this, actually I should just take this. You know, I mean, this is easy, and these are shortcuts, and you know they come in a clutch, and I use them more than I actually should. But hey, you know, there's no better solution than actually drawing it out. I think because then you just know how to do it. You know how to set up your perspective, how to eyeball it even, and be pretty precise. Um, and the other thing too is like it often just results in, because I mean I'll do that, but I always have to erase it and kind of just clean up the line a bit to make a more, to give it more flow, right? Because I think what it does kind of lose in the drawing is a lot of flow if you're just copying and pasting and flipping and, you know. So um, because some, you know, everything's done out of order, then you're just kind of mashing up all these pieces. So um, not saying it doesn't work, but it kind of loses a little bit of spark, I think, when that happens. And you know, I need to stop doing that myself. And the only solution to that really is just to fucking draw, like, um, you know, because I can. The thing is, like, I would be able to tell a lot of these relationships by looking at this one. Like, okay, how close is this? How far is that from this end piece here? You know, what does this shape look like on this side? That's when you look at the negative space, all this stuff around the drawing, around the line. Um, you know, because it helps you establish, like, oh wait, something's off here, right? Like, you know. And then you also have to use imagination to sit there and be like, you know, unless you want to mechanically go in there with, you know, grids and graphs and you know, plugins and whatnot. You know, nothing wrong with that, but um, it's a lot of work to set up all that stuff. Um, you know, but the best bet is to, you know when something looks wrong and how to fix it. You know, and again, this is cartoons too, so you know it's expected that there's gonna be stuff that's out of whack, right? It's expected that you know that's kind of the that's what style is, right? Like that's what the point is like you're um, choosing what to include and what not to include, right? And trying to make it work to where it's legible, right? I think that's the most important thing. It's like you're communicating, so the more it makes sense to whoever's looking at it, the better, in my opinion. And especially in a professional setting. Like if you're doing art and you're doing conceptual stuff, then that's, you know, do you like ain't nothing wrong with that either. But anything that I'm kind of talking about is more like, okay, uh, in a production setting like that, you know, not trying to explore art in any form, because I do that too. You know, I go on, and that's why I'm not using my personal work for this little sketch thing. You know, this little jam that I got going on, because um, you know, I don't think it would fit. You know, it's not even that it's inappropriate or anything like that. It's more of it just doesn't fit in those types of settings that, you know. Um, so if I'm trying to get work again and that kind of stuff, that stuff is not gonna. I don't think it's gonna be much use. You know, that's more of like and again, it's more for my own like expression and you know people like it. That's great, and I love that. But you know, I'm not expecting it to be my bread and butter. You know, and if it was my bread and butter, you know, I would still want to do it the same way. You know, I wouldn't want to do it in this type of fashion, I guess, or you know, I want to do it in the way that I want to do it. You know, whereas like for these examples, I'm like, okay, I can be part of your team, and you know, this is what I can bring. I know I wanted to make a pleated thing, but I don't think it's gonna happen. It's just gotta keep it moving. And plus, you know, as I mentioned before, this is, you know, if I was doing it for animation, if I'm doing it for animation, I gotta be clear. You know, again, like the content, the design of it, the weirdness of it, I want to keep. That's my own personal shit. But you know, I'm taking that stuff and setting it up in the process style flow. Damn, it's getting warm in here too. At some point, you know, if it gets too hot, I might um, mute the audio and go on the chat only, and turn the fan on, man. And these lines too, I'm not gonna follow in for, you know, my final design either. Okay, so let's get these. Okay, so this is what I wanted to do with these pants. Right. Okay. I think the boots need to be a little wider there. Maybe straight this way. No, I think he needs to be straight this way and then. It's got to come a little bit lower. You know, and then if I was designing this for toys, they would just kill me on these feet because this wouldn't work as an action figure. It wouldn't stand up. It would need like a base or something. Yeah, maybe I do something like this, something like that, and then I think that works. Right, and then we go straight with this one. Who used well, if you're listening to the um, Spotify playlist, we're on track 22, Concrete Reservation. But this is that RJ joint, isn't it? You know. Okay. We can make this a little wider. And then I think if we move anything, probably move that a little bit. Let me keep an eye and make sure I'm still in the zone. I'm not in the. There we go. Oh. No. No. So if I like moved the entire 3/4 drawing, that means I gotta update. See, I mean, and here's the thing, you know, right now, like, cheapening out on these pants and cape and stuff like that. Normally, like, for something like that, yeah, I'll look up reference and try to get some kind of idea on, you know, what proper attire would be. Um, yeah, okay, all right. But, you know, I'd sit there and kind of be like, huh, what would like a royal cape in the, you know, late 19th century look like? Or, you know, whatever. But I'm just trying to go off the top of my head for stuff and also not spend too much time, um, you know, trying to piece together puzzles and shit. All right. So let's turn off these layers really quick. I should actually. Okay, that's what I would do here. I need to keep this actually because it's got that center line. But let's just say, you know, let's just for the sake of moving on, this is it, right? This is the design. Um, let me. All right. I'm taking breaks like crazy, but I'm gonna take one more. I need to take another quick one, and then I'm going to let's get into line art. Let's get the line art for the 3/4 down, and then we'll get as far as we can with the rest of it. So if I can kind of just nail that line art really quickly, we can kind of nail down the definitive um, design for this guy, right? Because everything will just then follow from this 3/4, and you know we got to do our best to. I got to do my best to match that. You know, this is something that honestly that should have been taken care of yesterday, and I think that I jumped into the turn a little too soon. But I also think that that turn helped me. Actually, I'm gonna do something here. Help me figure out some other things about the front. So, you know, I mean, I think you can only get so much out of the 3/4 before you start turning it, and then you realize, oh, okay, this needs to change or that needs to change because that's not going to work. That's not going to work for the profile, or that's not going to work for the back. You know, and so you're gonna need some tweaks. It can't be like final. So, but you know, again, I think we got our major points down. You know, we can kind of tweak this profile a bit to match the 3/4 changes that we made, especially with the asymmetry. We're gonna do symmetry on the front, so that'll also help us figure out a lot of things too, because we can just figure it on one side, then we'll just erase the asymmetrical portion of it, and then from there we can do the other two. So, um, yeah, give me a second. And here's the thing: we're on rough, so we're gonna do the line art just for the. Well, we're gonna just jump into line art, and then I might hop back in to do a couple roughs just to figure things out if I need to figure things out if something's not lining up. So let's start. Actually, I should have. There we go. Line one. Okay, and then I'm gonna clear these. I don't want to clear the guides quite yet. They do get in the way though. Let's just at least get some of this mess out of here, and then because I don't think that much can carry over into tomorrow, seeing that coloring probably will take a good chunk of time. I'm trying to get to that as fast as possible as well. But we spent enough time on the roughing out the design. Right. All right. Line, and we're gonna go ink, and then let's also pick out. I think we're just gonna use a basic. Um, Again, this is for 2D, but um, I don't want to get too heavy with the line weight. I want to keep it a little bit more comic booky with the line weight, I guess. So I think this is good enough. I think this is a good brush. It's just a simple round, right? Cool. All right, I'll be back in a second. think I'm DJing at Royal Palm soon. I'm gonna let everybody know. I'm gonna put out a little promo for that once I get to that point. I don't remember when. I'll have to check, but I do want to do a DJ stream. I do have the good one stream. I might. That's a different channel though. That's me, PD, and Jake, and probably more people will be added to that. I wanted to call this project the Good Ones. That's why I registered the name. And then when I was renaming Teen Heaven to Pinkatole, before that, I wanted to call them the Good Ones. I still think that kind of matches, so I wonder if I should steal it back for that, or at least co-own it with. Because I mean, I have the URL, the Good Ones. Okay, one more thing I just noticed. I want to fix. It's kind of bugging me a little bit. Needs to be set back just a little bit more. Oop. You know, we can even kind of skew it just a little bit, just a touch. There we go. Better? Better, maybe? Let me take a look. Oh, no, wrong one. Let's see. He's kind of leaning back a little bit, right? Let me see. Let me take a look real quick. Now that I see it on my little OBS up top, too. Right. Just a touch, man. That, I mean, it's probably gonna offset everything else too. Which, I mean, yeah, it's definitely gonna offset everything else. What am I talking about? But hopefully, it won't be too bad. Okay. Because we did kind of move his legs around too. So, what about this? The middle of his belly there. It's probably about that, right? So it's got to hold up that huge head, right? So, if like the absolute middle of that belly, whatever that like ham bone is in the middle, where does that lie? It's probably somewhere around there, right? So it kind of falls, excuse me, with his brow. You know, I think it's off a little bit, but again, I think there's some because his other cheek is kind of sticking out a little bit too much too. But I kind of like that, you know, in terms of the drawing that it makes. So I mean, yeah, it's not perfect, but I think it's you know, I, how much are people gonna notice too, especially when deadlines are involved. So, all right, so let's. I mean, if that's the case now, since we just did that, we want to ink this guy, and then we want to go into the rest of it. So, all right, let's clear the guides again. No, not that one. That one. All right. So we're going to line art. Okay. We got our brush. Correct. Yep. It's 5. Okay. 5 is good. I think it's a little thicker than I used to use for turtles. Turtles was 4. Um. Oh right. This stuff doesn't work anymore. Or it could have worked actually. There you go. Let's go. Done. 4 is what we use on Ninja Turtles, and it was like at whatever resolution we were working, it was like super thin, right? It's super, and there was no line weight involved either. Um, it was just a number 4 brush, and actually, I do want to bring this guy in too, just to not stray too far from. I know I was trying to make things a little bit more clearer, but I also want to capture as much of like the flavor. You know, and that same goes for, you know, if I was doing another job as well, you know, whether it's Fright Crew or Turtles or Captain Underpants, it's like trying to capture the flavor of the concept art at least, you know. Like I was talking yesterday about, the art of books and how, um, a lot of it looks like you're like, oh man, that looks so dope. I wish the movie or the TV show actually looked like that. And the reason it doesn't is just because it's logistics, right? It's got to be able um, to be comprehended by everybody down the line, right? Maybe we should save that eye. Maybe he's got like a color. Maybe he's like a scar or something. Maybe we could just do that. Just do something like that. Something like that. There we go. Here we go. We're improvising. But see, here I am, and I'm creating new problems to solve down the line by doing that. Because now, if that's a scar, you know, so not saying don't do this, but you got to consider it since this isn't being produced, and I just want really cool like artwork right now. I will do that. But if this was a real job, it depends. I mean, if it's in the budget for that, but they have to somehow find a way to make it work, right? And then a regular eye here. Just fill that in with black, right? You know, and every decision that's made in this stage um, has it's to be carried out by people down the line, the animators. Um, if there's product design, if there's all this kind of stuff, right? So let's see what time it is. I want to yap a little bit less and kind of get moving, but um, so if you come in with like a specific brush, and even like if even with this brush, it's just like a round, kind of generic stuff, but it's best practice to provide it to them so they can replicate the line. Right, so this is straight. The trick to doing straights, if you want to do, there's one Photoshop. You just hit this button and that button, right? Hold down Shift. So you put down your first point, hold down Shift, go to your second point. There's that. Another thing that I have also done, and this especially for turtles because, um, since everything's the same line weight anyways, and sometimes I just got to get through something quickly. I'll just do one of these, you know, and then I have an action set up to outline the stroke. So, and it doesn't do it with any line weight, right? It could, but I don't like it because it determines its own, like, wherever, you know, it's not as convenient for me is to just keep it, um, hmm, there we go. Maybe about there. No. See, it's kind of fucking with that eyeball, you know? But it's also set back a little further. It's a little recessed. I think that should be fine. And if I'm afraid that like it's gonna go over another line, I just do the lasso, and then and so this action that I set up, it it strokes the outline with whatever brush I'm using, just with no it just doesn't do pressure sensitivity, and wait, it was like, okay, how do we do it? We did it like this. See, it kind of looks off, doesn't it? Like it needs to be like a little bit, just a little bit back that way, right? And then do that. I think there's like an angle, right? That kind of comes inward, and then we got another, right? So this needs to kind of, but I think it could use a little bit more love there. The plus of doing your inks digitally is being able to erase your inks. Right? Well, it's not perfect, but whatever. I'm getting there, slowly but surely, slowly but surely. Right? And I think these were straight too, right? So what I would just do is just do that. If this was a little bit longer, right, and we did a longer line, and then I'm blabbing too much, man. I need to shut the fuck up. Oh, but I got it now. Here's another thing to consider too. You gotta check out these space relationships, right? So, you know, it's probably okay. I want it to be just slightly wider, right? So I think that's about right. But I should kind of stick closer to the outer portion of that. All right, so we're gonna do. Oh, this is wild. Cover of the Carpenters. But also, you know, here. Oh shit. This should actually come down. You know, like about here. So that's the other part too. So yeah. Mm, 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 mm. All right. Right, and you can even do it here too if I want to. Like if I want to make this curve like this, you know, that's the other thing. It's just like this kind of saves me a lot of time. You know, I wouldn't. I mean, I use it for other things too, but you know, if I'm doing it for comics, I probably wouldn't want it as much because it's a little too mechanical. It's a little too straight. You know, it's like if I were to take a technical pen like a rapidograph or something with no line weight to it, as opposed to a brush or like a quill. You know, that gives you a lot more range. But you know, you use the different things, to different tools for different purposes, right? Okay, and then I might do. Okay, so we'll do another line, and this is what I'll show you. Okay, so we're gonna do like a color, because maybe instead of doing that as an outline, you know, we could do this thing, a hard color break or texture break. I think I'd do a hard color break here, right? So I would do this, right? Come back here and keep it line two. Even you can't see it here, but here's my layers, right? I got them color coded. I can even change the color coding on this to be like, okay, this is green, right? And this could be um, gray, you know, because it's black line. This could be the green line, and it can easily tell me like what layer I'm on just by, you know, at a glance. Um, um, so right now, I think what I'm gonna do is on this line layer, I'm just gonna go ahead and just draw in this little like, you know, or I can also, if I want it a perfect circle, I could use the little circle tool, but you know, I think this works just fine, right? And then we'll do that, and then this can go there as well, you know. Actually, it's probably be more like that, right? I'm just like trying to be wary of these like tangents and stuff. But then I also gotta have enough room to show the stuff that I need to show. So there's a lot of trickery involved, right? Um. All right, so Back to the line. Time is it? Oof. Time is ticking, 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 ticking. Um, it only needs to make as much sense as it can be translated. You know, I mean, that's what film is. That's what animation is. You know, at least this kind type of stuff. It's trickery. You know, you can only do so much. You got so much money and so much time, and you have to make the most out of that. No, I think we're gonna go sharper. That's a little too soft. I'm gonna go a little sharper with these lines. All right, and then there's just a curve and a curve. All right, I'm gonna do the straights versus curves thing. Right. Wait, no, that's not straight. That's a curve. Okay. Um, so that's as much as information I guess as you need to provide. It's just like, okay, what does it all need to do? How does this person move? How does this person interact with other characters? Um, and you want to bake it in as much as possible. I mean, you can't get everything. There's only so much you can foresee. And I think that's why people just tend to stick to what works already. It's like these things need to keep moving. See, and here's the thing that I want to do here too. There's okay, geez, yeah, this happens a lot. You don't need to do. There we go. Can you guys see too? Okay. I want to hit the curves at the right time to make it look like it wraps where it's supposed to wrap. If the curve is too this way, then the teeth look like they're kind of leaning towards that way. If I turn it too late, then it looks like they're leaning. They can look skewed, right? So I'll do that, and then I'll do that, and then that's just a little fang or whatever. All right. How about this, and then this, right? You know, And the thing is, like, it's easy for a lot of these character designs and concepts to lose flavor as you're doing it. And that's tricky. I mean, I don't know exactly what the solution is to that other than, honestly, like, the true solution is just to draw so much, draw all the time that it's all muscle memory, right? And you don't have to rely on, um, and that's kind of hard to do, I think. It was hard for me to do just because I kind of spread myself all over the place rather than just sticking to one thing and being like really good at drawing or being really good at painting or anything like that. And so kind of okay, see, like this right here is like I want to give the appearance that it's flatter at the bottom, but it also needs to bend along with and I think that's what it needs to do. Instead of creating this like space right here, I need to flatten this curve for one, and then again it starts to wrap somewhere back here, right? you know and if um so I guess, okay, like right here, like I was explaining before, the texture paint is more for like patterns, right? Or if there's fur, or if there's something. Hard color break was more of like if there's no outline around it, right? So like this stuff I'm kind of thinking of just being flat colors, right? Sometimes you do that just doing it in the flats. Sometimes you do it in the flats and then go ahead and color the lines the same color as the flats. You know, um, Another thing that can be done as well is put these on their own layer, each on their own layer, and fill them in, and then I can just color in the fill in. So there's a multitude of ways to accomplish that. Um, I think this number 5 brush works exactly what for what we need. You know, with that bottom lip, man, I wanted to make like a heavy line, right? But I think that can, be accomplished with the shadow. Like I was saying before, I want the the color and lighting to cover the as much of the art as possible. I don't like that. Let me see. No. It needs to be out a little bit like that. There we go. And then we do this. Again, the best thing about doing this stuff digital, it's just like I don't have to use whiteout or anything for this. I can just use an eraser. It's a clickable button. Um, I'm trying to work more in broader strokes. But see, like right here, this curve should happen like right about there, right? Because it starts to come back in space. So it's not just like this perfectly round. That might be, no, that might not be enough. It almost has to be squared off. And again, right now it's like instead of thinking about the line, I'm thinking about the negative space and how I'm kind of cutting that. Right? The space between here and here, and then the space between here and here. It's not too even where, these are the same. But they're not running into each other either. You also don't want them to run parallel like that too much. So, you know, right? But I'm also looking at that shape, and I kind of like a little bit of a dip. Maybe this could be a straight right there, and then I just, right? Yeah, that works. Um, there we go. Check that out. That's a stash. I think you can use a little bit more room between that and, well, the thing is, like, what I liked about it before is how it kind of sank a little lower, closer to his lips. So I think if I want to do something with it, I might just kind of rotate it a touch, right? Because it too, no, maybe not. I don't think so. Let me see. The other thing I can, you know what? It's gonna move it just a touch out, just to kind of give it a little bit more space between the lips here. It's not a whole lot either, but something. The other thing I could do too is like do that, and then kind of bring this one up and use this one to be a little bit more exaggerated, right? Bring that way, and then shoot, did I kill my video? Oh, all right. Let me set this back up again. Sorry, I jumped off the stream for a second. Time we at 125. All right. It's gonna be a tough one, man. I don't know. I guess I could pick it up tomorrow, but if not, I might try to pick it up a little later tonight and fill in the blanks. And again, and this was, I was actually thinking about starting with like a simpler character, something I can do real quick, but for some reason I'm like, um, giving it this like concept of it being a project, right? The other thing about doing line art that's tricky too is like when you have a sketch like this, I think the brain kind of kind of decides which area of that sketch it wants to choose as its um, as the actual line, right? The tough part comes when, do I want to favor this side, or do I want to favor this side? Do I want something central? You know, is this just glob? Like, how much of this is actual? Like, what was I intending from here? So, that's another tough thing. Let me try to get this guy in a little bit more. I'm gonna get an angle that I'm comfortable with, and I'm just gonna go ahead and nope, nope, nope. Trying to on. There we go. That works for me. That works for me. Fuck it. This can kind of actually. I'll clean this right here. Um, because I think it does. Here's the thing. Sometimes part of the line favors this side, and then when you get to the other side, it favors this side, right? The underside of that sketch. So, sketches are shapes, right? And so that's why inking is important because, it's up to the inker to spell out like what. Instead of that, I'm just gonna give this a thicker outline, I guess. I don't know if anybody would pick that up. Or let's see. Let's see if we could do something here. Maybe we could just give him a crooked tooth. Right. Oh, actually, I know what I need to do. Just delete this entirely. Right. And then we're gonna go. It was a little too curved. Yeah. Maybe something like that. Or maybe this one's straight. And this one curved. Maybe it comes out here instead. I think actually that looks better. Yeah, that actually looks much better. I would go one more, and we're gonna make it like a little curved right there. And so, let's see. Mustache doesn't necessarily. I think that was asymmetrical as well. I think this one kind of fizzles out instead. It just does this. Alright. He's not too precise with his Norelco. Okay. Still going pretty slow, so I apologize. I don't think this is going to be done by 3. Bit off a little more than I could chew, but I'll work something out. Like I said, I think that, a lot of this kind of comes down to that rather than doing a lot of this, this figuring out yesterday, I think I should leave the rough turns a little more rough and just try to spend a little bit more time just kind of figuring these things out. Because even right now I'm like realizing, I'm like, man, what am I thinking by putting this stuff in here? It doesn't work, it doesn't fit. Again, here's another cheat again. See, I kind of like this curve here. And that's the other thing. It's like if you're unsure of the curve that you want to pick out, you can kind of preview it. And I mean, you don't even have to use you don't have to stroke the pen tool. You can even just use that as your guide, right? Kind of helps you pinpoint, like create a track for yourself, right? Then you gotta delete the. Yeah, I think today, we're only gonna be able to get to the 3/4 in the front, and I think what we'll do, just for the sake of brevity, is tomorrow I will color just the 3/4, maybe the front, and then the rest. Maybe if we have time left over, I'll ink up the rest of the turn. Just because I do want to keep these moving, and I do want to, again, off stream, or maybe I do a bonus stream. I don't know. I also want to kind of keep my streaming kind of set to a certain amount, you know. And um, with the assignment, it's about 12 hours, right? Not to mention the prep time, you know. So I would easily say like 16 to 20 hours a week. Um, I'm working on comic books right now, which I haven't touched in a couple days because of this, because of the setup and this writing out all the scheduling and such. So I want to get this underway, you know, and I also, you know, I have more to write and prepare for this stuff, um, because you know I do want to get like a little bit of a backstory, so we can introduce other or get not so much a backstory but a scene setup, so we can introduce the other characters and we can pick out, okay, um, right, and so that way, and so I guess this is a good like just kind of a lesson, just like, okay, what unnecessary stuff am I including, what do I need to do more of, and how can I pick this up? So, and then you know the line art for me, because it's like I like to do such a tight rough. Um, Doing line art is a little less, it's a little easier on the brain, right? I can kind of zone out a little bit. Just I'm drawing. I'm not sitting there and just like, oh, what does this look like from this point? Again, see, like, well, I think that there's some parts like I worked on shows where like, okay, you can only do like one thing, right? And you know, there's a reason why for that. What were we gonna do? Oh, we were gonna do. I think we did it somewhere else, right? Where it was like, oh, it was down here, right? It was sharp. So maybe do that one sharp and then curved, right? And then this could be right, a little sharp. Yeah, right. And maybe the thumb kind of comes in a little bit. Clean that up. Yeah, like these pants, I wanted to do more wrinkles, right? But I'm also, let me see. Oh, like that. Okay. Yeah, it's getting warm in here again. That's another reason why I don't want to stream too long, because around all this stuff, it's just like it's like a sitting under a heat lamp, and I can't turn the fan on because it's just so noisy while I'm streaming, right? Let me see. We could do something like this. Yeah. So I think today we're gonna get this cleaned up. We're gonna get the front cleaned up, and then tomorrow we're gonna color that, and then if there's time left over, I'm gonna finish up the side and the profile in the back, and you know I'll post that at some point. Maybe I'll do a bonus stream, you know, an extra stream. Maybe I'll do like a, what's it called, a detention stream or something, like staying after because the shit ain't done. But I mean, normally it's like that's what I would be doing. You know, that's what I've always done. Was like, okay, not right now though, man. I need a breather from that shit. You know, well, unless I'm getting paid for it, I'm saying. If it was a job right now, I'd be like, all right, let's go for it. But um, you know, since this is for me, and as of yet, is not pulling in any money. Um, I gotta call it when I gotta call it, and Um, but you know, the thing is, like, if without this streaming, sometimes I feel like I would just be walking away with it from this for like 2 or 3 hours, and then coming back to it. You know, because it is very easy to get carried away with stuff. It is very easy to get lost in this stuff. You know. Um, I'm getting just a little bit of lip there, right? And then but this is kind of like a hybrid also, you know, between something I was doing for Captain. This is kind of almost not, and it's not quite Fright Crew either, because I am getting artsy with it, you know, like the nose, the the whole look of the character, but um, in terms of like, okay, well, how does this work for uh, down the line? Repeating myself too. Hopefully, like, I'll work all that shit out of my system and I don't want to talk about it anymore. Um, so, I'm taking a lot of liberties that I wouldn't normally do. But I mean, again, I think that's also kind of the point of this thing is maybe those so-called liberties are tying me up. It would be a good point to fix it. Right. Ooh, is this? Okay. Just want to make sure toes aren't pointing up. I need to zoom out too. I think this foot could be a little flatter. Right. Right. Gotta bring it here. Boom, boom. Right. So I mean, he's already pretty noodly. He's got like a lot of these little small shapes, and I gotta be careful. Gotta try to avoid some of that shit. You know. All right, let's get this cape going. Because I'm still acting as though, for a while, I think, especially when I was doing those original sketches that I started with yesterday, um, it was kind of meant for in a more like CG manner because I had just come off of Turtles when I think I did those, and I was just trying to, kind of bring, kind of, similar to what I'm doing now, but with less of a plan, right? And, let's keep it simple. Fuck. All right. Well, boom. Nah. Yeah, it's better. Uh, See, it's looking a little too even for me right here, right? I mean, we can just also go with this simple shape as well, right? Again, not exactly fond of it, but it's an exercise, isn't it? That's kind of the whole point of this, is figure out what doesn't work, where I'm kind of slipping and kind of course correct. I am still pretty rusty at this too, so unfortunately. Actually, let me see, something like that. Bang, 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 right? So we got this. Oh, you can't even see it, shit. This, right? How rude of me, man. How rudimentary and rude of me. Alright. Let me see. I gotta do something here. Because we gotta do, okay. So it's out that way a little bit. And this can kind of follow that. Right? And then we do. And I think from here. I feel like this globe kind of needs to be pushed in just a little bit. Right? Again, you know, when you're doing sketches, everything kind of looks good because you're kind of seeing the lines overlapping, and some of them create key areas that look good. But then when it comes down to like having to get it down to an actual line, and having to decide like, okay, um, what do I pick? What is the proper line? In comics, you can get away with it because you're actually inking, you're using line weight and stuff like that. But that kind of stuff, man, it is a lot of work. And so, trying to put that into, an animator, like you could probably do that with some of these more current tools. Yeah, we'll give him a bean thumb. Right. Actually, no, that's wrong. There we go. It's okay. Literally seeing just that part of the thumb. But even just like trying to decide where to put stuff like that, which I think that's wrong. It should be. I think I'd probably something like that, right? And that still kind of sticks out a bit too much, I believe. I don't know. It's kind of generic. It's a generic fist. But I guess they can't all be like, never get shit done if you don't use some generic, I suppose. That's the universe. That's generic. I guess just means universal language, right? Just kind of universally accepted. Like, okay, this works. You know, you may not choose to use it, and you don't have to use it. Let's give them like just. Oh, what if we did something like that? I think that works. Yeah, it kind of gives them a little more character, I think. Let's bring in just a bit more. No, because I want to kind of move it out, don't I? Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's just a seam. Again, I'm just creating more work for the animators, but we'll just keep this. The cape can be its own shape. All this stuff is pretty simplified too. So, and then that we can cover with color. I'm gonna do another, just really quick. I'm gonna do some shadow notes or color notes, right? Because the thing is too, like this is also the stage where I would pass on. If I wasn't coloring it myself, I would just pass on color notes. That's hence the legend, right? Because that's for somebody else if they're gonna paint it. But I would do something like this, like uh, you know, where do I end it? Do I take it to here? It can probably come to here, right? And then let's give it a little bit of love, right? And then same here too. Um, Actually, from here all the way to here, that's color, right? And is there anything else that I wanted? And if I wanted to do that, say like for here, like say that I want to do like a little shadow here or color that's permanent, that's always there. Otherwise, I would mark that out when I'm doing a shadow pass on it, which is another thing that's done, in the color stage. But if this is something that I know what I want to do right now, then I'll just pop it in here. The rest of it, I'll just leave it to just shadows. But this kind of defines his face, and I don't want to use that. I don't want to use a line to do that. So this will, you'll see this being put to use tomorrow when I color it. So okay, front. Okay, so let's get the front down. We got an hour left. So, um, one of the things that I used to do. Watch this. I'll show you another trick that I've done before, and that is like, when I'm trying to figure out front, left, whatever, and I'm too distracted by everything else that's around, right? That's out of view in the next pose. I'll take this straight line, right? That I figured out that earlier, right? The center line here, bring it all the way down, and this kind of comes back in. Then he's got the skull. Then he's got his belly, belt, 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 crotch, right? So I would do, and then also, well, let's see. I think we're okay on the side, to be perfectly honest. It's more about that, I believe. And I would do, let's just take this line, right? And then split it down along that center line there. Right? Split it all along that center line. I would actually scooch it just a little bit more. Just, you can always delete and erase. But I would take that, I would duplicate that, right? Oh shit, I did it on the color notes. Okay, that's easy. We'll fix it. Oh, damn it. I did it right over the freaking eyes. Dang it. Okay. Trying to figure out. I'm trying not to do. Here. Fuck it. Boom, boom, boom. We're all the way down. Yes. Okay. We'll fix the other shit later. And then I want to take this. Right. Now I kind of have, my main points here. Right. And then from here I can, and that way it's like I don't get too like lost in um, all the other stuff that's around, the gloves or the boots or whatever. But what time is it? I'm gonna go really quick. So we got the 3/4 line down. I'm gonna get some air real quick. It's hot in here. I'm just gonna step outside just for a second, and then we'll try to, which I believe we can finish it before the end of the stream, at least the front. And then I'm gonna make a thumbnail from that. And if I do proceed with the if I do proceed with uh, continuing on to the profile, I will record it. I'll screen record it, and then uh, I'll incorporate it into the video on demand. So maybe I'll do it this. Yeah, maybe I'll do it this weekend too. Maybe I'll go ahead again. Like I said, I'll do the front, and I'll do the front side and 3/4 of this, and then maybe over the weekend I'll just quickly finish off the other portions of it and tweak whatever I need to tweak for this stuff, and then we can get the final, and then I can edit it all into a VOD. So, all right, just give me a second. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Ah, I'm chewing on my shit too much. I should play one of my mixes next. Oh. Do that later. I'm into the failure shit. Alright, I'm listening on my freaking iPad. I'm not listening on the computer. This is what I'm listening to right now. If you're interested, this is what is playing. So we're on track 49. I'm talking over the music like I gotta scream over the music. Anyways, all right. I wish there was a easier way to do that. Let me see how my hat. My hat looking okay? I haven't been looking over at this camera much, and I should. Probably got like almonds and shit in my teeth. All right. So let's go back into these roughs really quick. I set up the symmetry. All right. I want to lighten this even more, I think. That's like a faint. Okay. Oh, that's why it's so faint too. It's because of that. Let's go back to 100% for that. So, let me make sure it's centered. Looks like it. Alright, let's go. We're gonna go with a quick rough again. But maybe, we can treat this rough a little bit more like a, not quite inks, but, so. Let's go with the head. Let's start there. Start with the big shapes. We'll move from big shapes to small shapes. And so, I gotta remember, too, that this is the center line. So, let's see. I'm gonna clean this up a little bit so we don't get too confused. So that's essentially what the profile is gonna be, right? From the front, like it's got bigger curves there, right? But so, you know, um, one way to figure this out too is like, all right, here's another trick. You want to know. Here, let's copy that. All right. I think I'm gonna color this all purple, right? So we'll take this part. You can sit there and just okay. Here's this, right? And though it's not exact, I say with the eyeballs, right? It's about right there, right? Things kind of move, right? Because then this would be a little bit, which in that case too, you have to adjust the artwork to further recess it a little bit back, right? Just a little bit, right? Um, you know, this is a little trickier, right? But, you just kind of say, okay, that's where that center line is. We're going to match it. And then from there, you make your adjustments, right? Right? You can kind of see where all this stuff kind of lands. You can make the adjustments based on those. But, it kind of helps with trying to, figure out what the distance is, with the eye from the center of the whole thing or the nose. It gives you just a little bit of a better sense. It's, definitely not foolproof or perfect in any way, but, it kind of helps you from having, keeps you from having to scroll over if you have to scroll over, right? And then, because, this stuff doesn't sit on a straight line, right? Look at how much distance there is from that to, like, that in the center line. So, that's got to be eaten up over here on the edge that starts to come back or on the plane that starts to recede, right? You stretch this part out, it's like anything else. Once it recedes, it shrinks, and when it comes forward, it expands. You know, depending on what it is, it could be a flat object, but generally, if it's kind of like circular and moving back in space, then right. So like this nose, like for example, okay, you know, um, it had to be something like that, right? Move that there, right? Right. And then this would have to be shrunk, right? Because it's going back a bit in space, you know. Maybe not as extremely as some other parts, but you know. But again, like it kind of helps you get an idea at least where all the horizontal joints are, See, like this again, this is gonna exist, right? And you kind of have to make up the difference by, you know, squishing it where it needs to be squished, because like this for sure comes in much closer, right? Especially because it's further back. But we're supposed to be inking and tweaking, so I'm just doing this little cheat stuff. I'm just doing this little cheat stuff to kind of get through this a little quicker, you know. Definitely not foolproof, and definitely no substitute for, you know, actually learning how to draw to where you rely a little bit less on these techniques, you know. Again, nothing is always like perfect, and nothing's always gonna be exact, but you know. So what I would do is like, okay, I'm gonna do this, cut it all up, we move it around, right? You know. So this one is gonna be, you can almost take like to the edge, right? But like this would shrink back this way, right? But I still have to go back and kind of plump it out and give it some dimension to it too, right? But we're showing like where it kind of moves back in space, and then this, needs to come over a lot more, right? As a matter of fact, all this right here should be like way over here, right? Like all the way over here, so that it can be shrunk. But you can kind of also use the flow of the line. No, right. Again, you still want to match it up to what's ever over there, but like what I would do here is like, right. And I think we're also gonna find too, like as I'm drawing the front view cleaner, right? So, we can say this is the, right, right. And then, here's what you want to do. Okay. So, and this is just to get like the basic, just the broad strokes of this thing, because again, it's going to be adjusted plenty. The other thing I can do here is like, yeah, you know what? I'll do it that way. I'll do it this way because it'll just be a little easier. And it'll be less confusing if there's yet another layer. So, and here too, it's like once I start doing it this, it's like I can pick apart like, okay, this looks way too wide, this looks way too narrow, like, because I do want to stick to the drawing underneath as well, because I think I hit the right points in terms of the shape, right? So, I think one of the things to start with is like, let me see. Okay, so let's keep that on. Let's keep that on. So, see, the thing is like, okay, no, we'll just do it this way, right? Kind of bring it closer to where it was, to where it is on the other version, right? But this is working out better, right, in terms of what I was thinking of, But this stuff too, like, needs to come in more. It's like right there on the edge of his lips, right? And then I can come on a bit more. No, hey about that. Yeah, no, I think that's right. Right. And then since that's the, you know, right. So this stuff all needs to come in as well, right? Shoot. No, it needs to come in a lot more. Okay. All right. So, okay. So I just moved a bunch of stuff. So I need to readjust, reevaluate. What time is it? Yeah. So it's still out of whack. It's still all out of whack in terms of like my streaming and scheduling, but after a while, it'll begin to flow like butter. You know, I love watching like YouTube like videos on like cooking. I can't cook for shit. I try. I did HelloFresh for a little bit, and it just I don't know. It's just between that and trying to keep up with everything else, it just wasn't happening right. I think we need to do like I think this needs to come in, and then we can do our straight right over here, right? Um, didn't do my thing, huh? There we go. Wait, it won't do stroke path. Only the brush tool, huh? Even though I'm using a brush tool, it doesn't matter. Fuck it. Let me just do this really quick. There we go. So, because this is literally taken from the 3/4, right? Yep. Like, let me fix what I think is wrong with this right quick, and then I'm gonna come back to this other layer. Yeah. Let's see, what did that look like a bit? Okay, I want to do that here too. Yeah, I want to bring this guy in. Because again, it literally matches up. I just need to properly space it out. Uh-oh. What? Oh, what? That was the wrong layer, dude, bro. Shit, bro. Shit. Shit. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the rest of my day. Since I'm not blog posting. I don't know if I got any more for this. I might take a little breather and then do some writing. Okay. Let's erase this really quick while we're here before we merge it. Clean it up. Okay. Let's see. Okay. See, I think this captures his attitude better than the other one as well. He's a little too frowny. Not kind of like like I don't know, like mouth breathy, I guess. Oh, what did I? Right. I want this to be a little more, and then it comes down, right? You okay, Spanky? Hey, what up, dude? Oh, thanks, man. Kirby, your enthusiasm. Appreciate it. What's up, Corey? Let me turn this down a little bit. Um, no, I'm listening on my iPad. That's right. Sorry for the free show that Spanky's putting on over here. But hey, he's au natural. Excuse me, I was eating almonds and I'm like picking them out of my gums. So, like, I think what I would do here is I'd probably bring this in a little bit. And then this is gonna stay, since that's his little loop, he can keep his loop there. This can kind of come in a little bit just so we see just a bit. I'll make this outer edge. I'm gonna do this. Oh, whoa! I'm listening to some Dusty Nuggets, bro. Have you if you're on the Spotify playlist, I think it's pinned. But I'm on number 52. Don't walk away. Yeah, Spanky's a sweet dude. He gets grouchy, but I get it. I'm the same way, so I can't really criticize him. You know, he's my homie. Kind of like, I'm giving him like this almost like Napoleon Dynamite type of look. But yeah, my Kirby is showing. Here's this. Oh, I think you might have seen yesterday's, right? You were on yesterday, the day before. But here's the weekend sketch where I got it from. But it's definitely like swiping some Kirby costuming, you know. All right, so see, like right now his head's way too wide, so needs to come in some, man. Oh shit. Yeah, thanks, man. No, his head's a little too it's a little too wide up top, you know. Like it kind of it's supposed to kind of come back in a bit, right? You know. I mean, yeah, I guess he's a donger shape, but so I want to kind of keep this a little straight. What time is it now? Shit. All right. So I want to get the line art for this guy done in like 40 minutes ish. My center line's lined up right. Okay, it is. All right. But kick me, cuss me, slap me. Sorry, that's from the song. Homie said, kick me, cuss me, slap me. It's those dusty grooves. How you feeling, man? You doing okay? General cuss me? It's customary to cuss me. Dang, it's not. Yeah, see, now we gotta be right here. It's not exactly. I cut it off a little too early. So, um, yeah, this skull is too wide too. It needs to be. But, because what I just did, I don't know, like, I don't know if you got, oh yeah, man, I hear you, dude. I don't think I'm gonna be able to nap because I just drank a Red Bull, but, I think I just want to sit on the fucking back steps and just just chill, man. I've been kind of enjoying that. Like while the dogs are outside in the yard, just kind of sitting in the on the back steps. Um, I think it's supposed to storm, isn't it? I do want to bring this down just a touch. Excuse me. Um, yeah. So like right here, this needs to come in more. I think I like the length. The length is fine. What are we doing here again? Right. Yeah. Oh, so if you were just if you just tuned in, like what I just did is I took this chunk from the 3/4, just in the interest of kind of moving a little quicker, and kind of split it down the middle, and I'm just kind of rearranging the parts and cleaning that up a bit, and then using that to just kind of work out what needs to be worked out. You know. Right. So I kind of like that this kind of comes out, but I think maybe this can kind of come out just a little bit more. Wait, let's see. No, that's got to be right. Yeah, that's a bit too far. I think that's right where it was before, like right here. Right? 'Cause if we do this, do that, and then it kind of recedes as his head kind of shrinks, and it kind of moves back in space. This can come in more as well. Sink it in with the cheeks. All right, so this, right, and then this can kind of come off of there. This come off there, off there, off there, off there. Cool, cool. Mathematics, engineering. Yeah, man. I mean, you know, like when I was living in California, it's like I would bring a hoodie everywhere. Um, See, I'm kind of cheating it a little, just to kind of bring it out a bit more. Yeah, I think this can kind of come. This can kind of come further out a bit more. I do like that look. Anyways, but I would bring a hoodie everywhere because after 8, 9 o'clock it starts getting cold, and so it's like, or the other thing is like everybody's got their AC just like blasted, so if you're indoors, a lot of times you're wearing a hoodie. When you're outdoors, you're wearing less, and indoors, you're wearing more. Um, especially like at work. A lot of times, like there's a few times I worked directly beneath a uh, the vent for the air conditioning, and the office next to me, they were next to a window, so they were like hot all the time, and we shared the same like vents, so they would blast it, which of course, I'm not gonna sit there and let them cook, but like man, it was just like right on top of me, and I was like freezing. So I would have to have like a jacket or something with me at all times, because that shit would be just incredibly frozen. And and yeah, and then like if you go to the movies, like I tell my friend, like when he moved out there, I was like, dude, you got to bring a hoodie if you go to the movies, because that shit is gonna be fucking frozen. Yeah. Now I just wear them to cover my tattoos, which sucks when it's fucking hot out. Because, tattoos. Everybody's got them, but suddenly they're a problem. I kind of want to move this in just a touch. See, this is what it takes me so long to do this stuff, man. There's always just like the small little tweaks, which I think again, like on days like yesterday when I'm doing the rough stream, Just get like the important shapes in, and then the rest will just start kind of falling into place. I know, man. I gotta be careful out there, dude. I mean, everybody does. We all gotta be careful out there. Nothing special or different about me, particularly. It's just that a lot of hostilities, man. Um, but like, anyways, like right now, I'm just heating up because I can't have the fan on. I guess I could turn the AC on, but I haven't really messed with that yet. I gotta figure that out. Um, I don't normally touch that. Right. Oh, and that's the other thing too. Yeah, we decided we're gonna have the cow like come into. Right. All right, man. I think I'm gonna. Still wanna scrunch just a touch. Make it a little. No, I don't know. I kind of like the squishy one. Little squishy skull. Never hurt nobody. Okay. So again, one more time, I'm gonna delete this other side because I think I made adjustments that weren't reflected on the opposite side. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Are you talking about my gummo shirt? Is that what you're talking about? I clean up nice. My spaghetti. All right, man. Hey, have fun. Thanks again. Thanks for jumping in, man. And it's good like chopping it up. I appreciate it, Corey. Have fun at your meetings. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Got people stopping by, and I love that. All right, I cut it off a little too outside the line anyway, but whatever. Okay, so we're gonna move on to cleaning this guy up, and that'll be it for today, I think. So let's clean him up. Got another 40 minutes left. Not 40 minutes, 35 minutes left. I am going to, let's see, step out for one quick moment again. I apologize. I know, but it gives me a chance to refresh as well, and just not look at this. So, as I was just chatting with Corey and anybody else who's listening, um, it's nice to get some fresh air. All right. So again, I want to keep this guy here. Oh, we gotta also not forget to. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. We're gonna make a couple quick fixes. I think. This the right? No, it's not the correct layer. Let's go here. All right. Let's bring him back up a bit. Kind of wanna Let's sketch out the full nose really quick, and then from there I'm gonna pick out the lines. Let's go. Okay, so 100% is gonna be yeah, I think it's more like this. Yeah, this is the way to go. It's not. I don't think it comes down as far as the nostrils. I think the nostrils come down just a touch more. I might even do this right, just one, and then right. So I'm just doing that. Okay. The other thing I need to do here too, the quick cop that needs to be squished. There we go. There we go. I think that just on its own, and once I get the crooked, face, or the half face on it, then it'll capture that same energy. I think that I had in the original sketch. Right, but I think moving it back is. Oh, you know what? Actually, before I do that too, I want to do this as well. Right, and then maybe here this as well, and we can sharpen that curve there. Yep, 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 yep. Then this, yeah, this comes in a little bit more. Maleficence, his Maleficent. Yeah, I want to get it as close to the head as possible. Right. Just playing around, just playing around, just playing around. Let's see what this guy's doing. I haven't even figured out like what colors he's gonna be either. I don't know if I'm gonna stick to something similar to that painting, or okay. Yep, yep, yep. Okay, shit. All right, I'm gonna take a quick powder, and then we'll get into the last stage of these inks. See you in a minute. Oh, oh. Okay, dokie, dokie, dokie. Let's stack on a couple more. Almonds. Looking at this, I feel like his head just needs to come out. His jaw needs to come out a little bit more. It just needs to be stretched out a bit, you know. You know. Right. Okay. Let's go from here, right? Yeah, that looks so much better. But I think this needs to. Oh, okay. So, I just adjusted. Excuse me, side of the jaw. Um, just to kind of widen him out a bit, like, or his jaw out a bit. You know, kind of play on the whole, like, because I'm like looking at these sketches now, and I just realized like his top is a lot much. Is, you know, he's almost like a bone shape, right? That's kind of interesting, and I'm kind of wondering what would happen if I would have stuck with that instead of making this more style of caricature. You know, character, not caricature. Um, looks almost like a caricature, but right. But then it's like, you know, now that I have done that, it might look good on just half of it. It's like, okay, well, what does it look like all across the board? Sometimes it's just like, sometimes it can be shocking, like how far apart or close together things are that you didn't expect to be. Right. But I think that's better. You know, I think that kind of captures that more like exaggerated look, right? You know. So I think what I'm gonna do one more time is I'm just gonna clean this up right here, right? And then we'll do the line art. Oh, and we gotta do the asymmetry as well. So let's do that. Let's clean this up really quick. Okay. Circle or half quarter circle, whatever. Quarter circle straight. Curve, curve, straight. They love their straights and curves in animation, man. I mean, don't get me wrong, I dig it, but I think in comics, I kind of want to play a little bit less like that. I think that's why my shit's so wobbly, though. I just to kind of try to discover like new types of shapes, I guess, rather than repeating what already works. Um, that's a lot of the fun for me, to be honest. It's just kind of seeing what I can get, you know. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. All right, I was supposed to clean that up, and I totally did the opposite. So let me try it one more time. Okay, so I'm gonna straighten this. Bang. Yeah, yeah, that's right. I moved that out, and then. Right. Maybe it comes up a little bit more, but not much. Okay, and then we got this. Right. So, make sure these. I'm like, I got this other camera here, and I'm like getting right up in it, and I'm like, okay, it doesn't need to be that fucking close. Right. I also think this needs to have like the like a kind of a straight, and then a curve here, right? The other thing about like that's kind of tough with the symmetry drawing is the little butt that happens when you like meet in the middle. Okay. And then we need this. Got that there. Got that there. I think I want to do something like that, right? What about something like that, right? I just want to do, yeah, we can do that. That, that, and then, yeah, 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 yeah. Fuck. Oh yeah, the asymmetry. Shit. Gonna get lost in other shit. I'm losing control of my priorities. This kind of wraps around. Okay. And then this. How did I do it? Okay, that's right. Okay. Okay. And it looks like it kind of comes in a little bit on this side of the nostrils, right? So if the nostrils are here. I think that's too extreme. Right, okay. So, alright. We got that. Or how about this? Let's ink it with the symmetry, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete the half of it, and then I'll tweak it, and then so that way. Okay, that sounds like a proper way to take it. Um, okay, so yep, we got that. You know, and I'm gonna take a little bit of liberties as well. Um, just to have it look good from the front view. Again, you know, I'm gonna chalk that up to it being 2D. Man, this eye needs to move closer to. Nope. Yeah, it's still not like. Alright. Dang it. Um. Fix that really quick. Let's bring it in a little closer. I think it needs to be about there. Um. We'll re-ink it. Alright. Because I want to bring this maybe even. Yeah. There we go. And then. Even with symmetry, it's like you don't believe how hard it is to hit some of these curves because they overlap in weird ways. I'm also trying not to get too like exact either because that's where everything just starts to take forever and can actually fall apart. I think if just getting too lost in the detail, then eventually like some of the character kind of tends to get washed away. You got to leave, I think, at least a little bit of room for improvisation. I think with pretty much everything, and I think that's where that's why I need to practice. That's why you go to life drawing. That's why you practice. That's why you do all this stuff. It's not for anybody to see it. It's for it's to work things out, right, and to get um, things kind of ingrained in the process and the flow. You know, I think if a person draws their characters a lot, eventually, you know, those characters are gonna, you know, they're gonna be able to just knock them out and make them look exactly the way they want them every time. Um, you know, I think that works really well for strip cartoonists and those that are doing that constantly and consistently, because you know that's why you know, Garfield looks the way he does, or Peanuts look the way they do compared to their first strip. You know, it's like over time they just started working out how, you know, what works, what doesn't work, and how they can get it done. Like for this, I'm just gonna go ahead. I'm just gonna use the pen tool, right? Okay. So let's just do these quick lines. We got about 20 minutes left. Crap. And let's finish off this line. Then we'll do the asymmetry, and then we'll call it a wrap. And then tomorrow, I'm just gonna go ahead and and get to coloring on this other stuff. You know, just on these first two views, and then if there's time left over, I'll go back into the other ones. Maybe I'll work them out, and then off stream I'll ink them up and color them as well. Um, you know, so I'm just follow that curve that I drew there, follow that curve there. All right, that one we'll do by hand. Oh, that's on the other layer. That's right. Oh my God, I am getting sweaty. I'm gonna take another shower. There we go. You know, I'm gonna do this for these two just to nail those. Oh shoot, it didn't stroke the other side. Okay, let's do the symmetrical stuff, and then we'll copy, flip it, and then we'll do the asymmetrical stuff. So and the reason, the reason I do the symmetry, like symmetry, I don't think was something I'd be like if I was doing a comic and there was like a front on view of a face, I might sketch it out quickly in symmetry just to get all the things placed, but I would not ink it or finish it because it would just make everything just look too dead. You know what I mean? So, it's good to sit there and just kind of cross check stuff. Hey, am I or before you even need to cross check, like, yeah, you know what? Let's just fuck it. Let's just, because I think, I'm gonna try to go through. I use all kind. Excuse me, all kinds of methods and stuff. Jesus, I fucked that up. Okay, let's try it here. Can't get to that anchor point because of the guide that's in the way. But let's see. Alright, so let's say we got that. Is that the same line? Wait, should we go one smaller? I think we should go one smaller for that. Yeah. Hey, boys. Boys. Hey, Herman. Oh, give me a second, guys. Give me a second. The boys are uproarious. Frankie, Herman, hang on. I think we should see, buddy. Frankie, you too. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you very much. Come on, buddies. Let's go, buddy. Come on. I don't know why you guys are barking. I don't know why you guys are barking. Let me finish up, man. I'm almost done here, buddies. Got 15 minutes to get this line done. All right. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. I might run just a little bit over. Hope not, but, you know, it happens. You know, I'm hoping that, you know, I get my system down here, and then there'll be less incidents of this type of stuff, you know. You know, I gotta change my brush back up. You know, especially like I think down here with this, because he's a little bit more cylindrical. One way to get like an easy like round shape that'll carry over is to just put the second anchor point down the middle, and then just hold shift so these come straight out, and you get a pretty decent. When you flip it horizontally, it'll work, you know. It won't do some kind of weird like this, or you know what I mean. But anyways, let's keep it moving. I'm gonna go. I kind of like that. Although, does it kind of conflict with the cowl? It might. Let's see. So what else can we do? Yeah, but I don't like that. There we go. That's what doesn't. There we go. Herman, buddy, what is it? I wonder if it's like a package delivery, or is there gonna be thunderstorms? I don't know. I don't know. It's gonna be probably like a big asteroid hitting her soon. Okay. So again, if you got time to tweak, when we got time to tweak, we can take care of that stuff later. But for now, it's like, okay, let's get these shapes in, get these teeth in. I'm gonna go down one more for four, just to kind of. Yeah, like that. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then the teeth are kind of asymmetrical too, right? So, all right, the body. Whew. Okay, we do this. We can do this. We can do this. We can do this. All right, let's go with the belt. All right, and then. Oh shoot. Okay, there we go. Oh, we can't forget the loop. Alright. Gotta make sure everything like fits within the glove and not like, especially working this close, you zoom out, you're like, oh shit, like you can't fit a leg through that, or, or you can't fit a head or anything like that. There we go. We'll do that for the last two fingers. Just kind of keep it simple. Just make them one little shape there, and then right, maybe something like right. Let's get these quick strokes. All right. I'll go straight here. There we go. Okay, and then gotta do this side still. We need the cape as well. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do instead here, which will be a little bit better. I'm gonna take this. Right, we're gonna do that, and then we'll take the top one there, and then we'll do this. Right. Right. And so, oh, that section of lip too. We'll do, man, this one's kind of tricky. Oh my god, 9 minutes. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Well, at least we'll have like these two parts inked. Maybe not the asymmetry, but I definitely want to do the asymmetry before we get to color. Oh shoot, what am I doing? Right. Keep pushing the wrong button. But again, I mean, here's the other thing too, and this is why I should be designing fast, because people need to be drawing fast when they're coloring, and it shouldn't be overcomplicated. You know, even if it's a complex design, it needs to be able to be drawn quickly, right? And a lot of these like ins and outs. So, if an animator had to take this, we're talking about hand animation, 2D, hand drawn animation. They got to take these designs paired up with the boards, the storyboards, and okay. So we'll just take this, delete. We'll do a little bit of asymmetry before the end of the stream, but it's gonna have to be it, because again, like I was saying, so I need to be able to design it fast, because later on down the road they're gonna need to be drawing it fast, and no matter what it is, even if it is stuff like CG, no matter what, time is of the essence, right? Oh wait, let's do this really quick as well. Forgot this little seam. We're gonna go down to 4 for this one. Right, and then okay, so let's delete this really quick, and then we're gonna flip the front. And the other thing too, and I think we'll start off with this tomorrow as well. So there's gonna be at least a little bit of overlap with tomorrow and today, and that is, just kind of delineating these lines. I know I'm kind of briefly doing it here, but something where you know, I actually do pass those notes on to the colorist, to whomever's working on it, the animator, um, the board artist, right? Again, like this right here, I'm kind of using to do like maybe some shadow, or you know, something that's a little bit more definitive, but it's not like a pattern, or it's not dye, it's not, you know, any other type of color like that. I need to like spin these a little bit as well, man. There we go. I think that's a little better. Maybe just a little bit of the other circle shows, but it's kind of coming in pretty close to that, right? So, like on this layer, you know, make it easier. I could just do this, right? I can trace it, right? You know, and then what was that other part? The shadow part. All right. So, I think tomorrow what we're gonna do is we'll pick it up. We'll fix the symmetry. There's not a whole lot. I think it's just mostly the eye and the cheekbone, right? This is comes down a little bit lower in the eye. So right here, we're putting this here, putting that there, right? So that's gonna be a color break, and then same with this cheekbone, right? So if we kind of clear the rough. Oh, and the nose is asymmetrical as well. So um, I might actually just, let's see, we got 3 minutes left. Here's what I would do for that. I'll show you what I will. Let's just rough in the asymmetry, and we can just finish the line for it tomorrow. All right. It's basically that there. Oh, this cheek as well. All right. So I think this line here, I think we can almost just go. I think we can almost just copy it, right, and just do it on one side. All right. So let's see. All right. Let's move this out of the way for a second. So this is what I would do there. Alright, I'm going to the line. Right, let me just do. Awesome. Right. So we'll do that, and then this we need to. We're gonna copy and paste that as well. And we'll make that blue. Okay, that's the original one. So let's just kind of understand how far we are from what we're trying to do here. So where's this? Okay. Right. So this is kind of. Yep. Oh no, shit. It's not exact. Fuck. Yeah, I moved it. Crap. Okay. Right now it's lower. Right. And so, you know, again, I think this. Oh my god, I'm like burning up right now. So, we're gonna leave it here. I appreciate everybody who came in through, and I appreciate anybody who's checking it out online. Um, what did I just do? Okay. Oh shoot. Okay, wait, no. There we go. Anyways, I appreciate everybody come through. Thank you. I love you. It makes me feel good. I'm happy to be doing this, even when I'm not hitting the exact marks that I want to hit. But um, here, we'll leave it at this for now. Oh shoot, we'll leave it at this for now. Okay. Um, you know. Uh oh. See, okay. You see that? You see how that's happening? For years, I'm like, holy shit, is it my graphics card? I'm updating drivers. I was on message boards. I'm sitting there like, what the hell, man? Adobe, Windows, Nvidia, like what? Nobody. Look at this. Like I try to move around and it just kind of snaps around and springs back. I can't rotate it, right? This is what solved it. After years, it was accidental. It's this freaking panel, polyagonal lasso tool. If I use that, right, deselect it, problem solved, right? Problem solved. As soon as I don't know why. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like sometimes that's why I get irate. I do get irate about it over chasing like trends and these features and buzzes because a lot of times if it doesn't directly break other aspects of it, at the very least, they're taking their eye off the ball and they're not addressing these issues that need to be addressed, man. I mean, I've written to Adobe, I've been on their message boards, and nobody can explain it. I know people who are use this software every day that know it as much as I do. They couldn't explain it, and the whole thing is it was solved with the lasso tool. It's a completely different tool, and I don't know. I mean, obviously, I figured that out by accident, but when I repeated it, it worked. So, and like you see right now, it worked. So, um, yeah, I don't know. It sucks that there's no help out there. We got to kind of figure this stuff out on our own, even though we're paying for it. We're using it. We need it for work. But, anyways, I hate to come in hot and I hate to leave hot. I apologize for that. But, um, you know, deep down, I'm happy that people joined me, and I'm deep down, this is fun, and get doing this regularly. If I do it 3 times a week, it's not too much, but it's also enough to get stuff out there, even if I don't always nail it. But thanks again, and I'll catch you tomorrow at 11 a.m. and we'll finish this up. We'll go into colors, and then if time permits, we'll get to other uh, uh, turns and cleanups and stuff like that. So hope you have a great day.